Se US dollars, it's about $12. So that's why you see more and more blueberry and apple production moving north of the border. In Saskatchewan, you could pay $9. In North Dakota, you got to pay $16.47 for the same workers. Ontario, same situation. So we're getting it from Canada, we're getting it from Mexico, and they're our foreign competition. So we have to have a program that works for the employers and works for the workers. But it's got to be a win-win for everybody. Now, one of the other things I think is very interesting, and some of the folks may have seen this article, it was in the either in the Washington Post or New York Times within the past 3 months, about the impact of the H-2A program in the countries from whence the workers come. It is transformative in those communities from where the workers come from. Ruben Navarrete in the Bakersfield, California, about 5 years ago, wrote an article about a worker who came to the United States legally under the H-2A program. In the first year, he went back home and he bought a piece of ground. The second year he came to the United States to do the job, he went back home and he built a house. The third year, he went back home and now his kids are going to school and they have health insurance for the family. It's amazing the transformation that this will make within those communities. And the Jamaican program, for instance, has been around since 1943. And they were here originally to help with the sugarcane harvest, largely in the southeast United States. But yeah, well, I think they are. I think probably were later, but originally most of them came in for sugarcane while we were at war. Yeah, while we were at war. And now, of course, you have Jamaican workers working up in Washington State picking apples. You have them working in New York. And it's much more revenue than they could ever generate back home, but the remittances they send back home are transformative in Jamaica too. So we're working very diligently at the present time with USAID with regard to the countries of the Northern Triangle and trying to stem. And I'm convinced that this could really be, the H-2A program could be one of those tools in our toolbox to slow down irregular migration in the United States that raises this political issue that Rudy was talking about, well, where you demonize people.
Yeah. One of the things that, I mean, the concern, I mean, I'm all for this economic development in foreign countries as a result of H-2A remittances and so forth. My concern is domestically, I don't want us to be relying on external importation of food. We need it here and we need it now because the climatic events that are taking place are so erratic, so unscripted that we are going to be suffering the consequences of like when the textile industry and all of that being exported to other countries and us having this workforce that has nothing to do. The social consequences of having to support an idle workforce in the United States makes no sense. We have to find a way in which we can resolve this issue domestically because I'm concerned the fact that we are going to have a food shortage. Okay. I'm fine with, one of the things that I've had a kind of a, my entire career having these discussions with Mexican diplomats and Mexican NGOs in terms of the exportation of the talent, the workforce outside coming to the United States, and the brain law of the loss of some of these intellectual folk. I mean, in workforce as well as the development doesn't help us. We can't do that. We got to find a solution for our domestic problem with regard to the farm labor. Okay.
And I agree with you, Rudy, because a country that is unable to feed itself does not have national security. How'd you like to be one of those countries that relied on Ukraine for their food?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so, so anyway, I want to welcome some other folks. Martin Unzueta. Martin Unzueta is from Chicago. He's one of the immigrant folks that,
Like your shirt.
okay, and what's his name? Mr. Salas, he's also from Chicago, one of the Chicago delegation, also one of the immigrants works in the Pilsen area. Then Dr. Rubén Martinez with Julian Zamora Research Institute. He's about to retire and leave the Midwest, Michigan State University, right? Yeah. So, and I think if you know, the
Maybe
rest
you should go around.
yeah, I think
for
maybe
everybody
we should.
and,
Yeah. They're recording, so they want us to use the mic.
I'm Mariana Kowalczyk. I'm from Washington, D.C., and I'm a seed saver and sharer. I run a mutual aid community organization called Share a Seed, where we work to democratize access to seeds and growing and get our community members connected to the land. And I'm originally from Chicago, so I also like your shirt very much.
Hello again, Brent Elrod with USDA's National Institute of Food and Agriculture.
Rubén Martínez.
Bueno, yo vengo de Chicago, vengo con Martín, me llamo Salvador Salas.
My name is Martin Unzueta, and here are some members of our organization. I'm helping street vendors in Chicago to get license and sell on the streets. And we are building an economic development in the Powers neighborhood in Chicago. And we would like to get in contact with everybody here. And we are building a greenhouse for the street vendors because the weather of Chicago is not exactly very friendly for the agriculture. So this is why we are building a greenhouse.
Oh, me presento, mi nombre es Luis Meléndez, soy el presidente de la cooperativa y con los vendedores ambulantes también.
He's Luis Melendez. He's the president of Street Vendors. Yeah. Yeah. The cooperative of Chicago, CCTC, right? Yeah. And he's part of the Street Vendors. My name is Abraham. I'm part of the Chicago Community of Workers' Rights. I work Juan Martin, and I part of the organization, and I like to know new things about you and other this conference.
Hello, my name is Dennis Olson, and I work for Mark Lawrenson, who's the director of our food processing and packing and manufacturing division of the United Food and Commercial Workers International Union. We have 1.3 million members in the US and Canada. About 250,000 of those are in meat packing and food processing, and the other million or so are in retail, mostly retail groceries.
I'm Rudy Arredondo, president of the National Latino Farmers and Ranchers Trade Association, and we represent over 75,000 Latino farmers and ranchers throughout the United States, and we're very happy to have you here.
Michael Marsh with the National Council of Agricultural Employers in Washington, D.C., and we represent about 80% of the agricultural employers in the United States and about 85% of the individuals using the H-2A program.
Okay, so anyway, we were just part of our role is to try to find a common ground. We are members of the National Council of Agricultural Employers, and they're mostly in terms of H-2As, working with the H-2As, and you also do H-1Bs, right?
No, we do domestic and H-2A, agricultural workers.
So we're trying to find as best as we can a common ground to try to resolve the farm labor shortage that we find ourselves in. And, we have differences, no question about it, but we need farm labor to be able to harvest our crops. And as you know, Filiberto lost his 10 acres of tomatillo a few years ago as a result of he's unable to find farm labor in Michigan. Anybody want to chime in?
We're online.
My concern has to do with the small Latino farmers. The big ones, they can afford to get these H-2A workers, but the small farmers cannot. So we need to find a solution how they might either work together to do that or change the law so that they are able to rotate these workers across the different farms and so on. But then the concern also has to do with the domestic farm workers. We saw that in the last 2.5 years, they were not migrating due to the COVID, but they're starting to. And there's, at least into the Midwest, there's a lot of issues that could be addressed. One of them would be to open up the Hope Center over in Arkansas, which is, a rest stop for them. Why it was closed, is just part of that reactionary movement against immigrants and so on. I think there's a need to understand that these H-2A workers cannot do the same work that the domestic workers can do. They don't have the skill sets. They're not able to be as efficient and effective and so forth. So farmers are still looking for the domestic workers. We just need to make sure that they're able to be protected and supported so that they can migrate and be able to do that kind of work for them.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yudi, and I farm here in New Mexico. A few, not larger ones, but I do farm on open space county property, county land, and then my own that I lease, but I guess federal or state.
It's a very complicated issue. You have to have workers, and you're right. And if you review the National Ag Worker Survey the Department of Labor does, and they do it every 2 years, we do know that one of the things that it seems to be very rapidly changing is the migratory patterns that used to exist. I think probably all of us, or many of us, were raised in small towns. I was raised in a town of 437 people up in Wyoming. And we had sugar beets, and every year folks came to weed and to thin the sugar beets. That doesn't happen anymore. You're using a Roundup Ready sugar beets, and so technologies eliminated some of that. And at the same time, mechanical thinning, or excuse me, mechanical operations for taking care of the beets so that you actually are keeping able to thin them that way has taken some of that work away as well. But by far the largest portion of our ag workforce in the United States is the domestic workforce. And of course, if you're an H-2A employer, or if you have a job and you can't find anybody in the local community to take the job, you have to advertise that job. And you don't have people turning up to even apply for these jobs. In 2020, I got it. As you know, President Trump announced the pandemic on March 13th of 2020. And I was on the phone with folks from Arkansas. As a matter of fact, they had their whole congressional delegation on. And they're an interesting group, rather conservative, I guess you would say, in many respects. But one of the United States senators, I won't tell you which one, said, this H-2A issue, it's going to go away. We've got all these domestic workers that are unemployed. They would love to come out to the farm and do the job. And they'd love to come out and harvest the crops. And they're unemployed, so what else are they going to do? They'd love to come out. And so one of the growers that was in the call, it was with the Arkansas Farm Bureau had organized the call, said, but Senator, President Trump says this is COVID thing's going to be gone by Easter. So who's going to harvest my crops in the fall? And it was a good question. And then so then that senator had, oh, I'm sorry, I've got to go. I've got to go. So he got off the call. And then the congressman, one of the congressmen from the, I won't even tell you which district it was from, but he said, well, you know what? I've got an idea too. Well, since we've got COVID going on, we'd like to go ahead and for nonviolent prisoners, we'll release them and they can come out to the farm and they can do the job and harvest the crops. And one of the farmers again said, oh, wait a minute, how does that fit in with the Food Safety Modernization Act protocols that I've got on my place to hire people of good character? And, oh, I'm sorry, I've got to go take a vote. So the congressman had to get off the phone too. But so we wanted to test something because we were very concerned. We were very concerned we're going to have a very big shortfall of agricultural labor in the US as a result of COVID and some of these policies and some of these ideas, if you can call them that some of the members of Congress were coming up with, because actually the Freedom Caucus had introduced legislation to eliminate the H-2A program, which is very necessary as a part of the solution for ag labor reform in the United States. And so we wanted to test that hypothesis. So we surveyed all 50 state workforce agencies. And from the period of March 1st of 2020 until May 15th of 2020, there were 98,000 jobs that were advertised for H-2A positions across the United States. And so we wanted to know how many domestic workers applied for those positions. And we got the response back. We got responses back from 28 of the states, including California, Washington, Oregon, Michigan, New York, Florida, the big states, with a lot of Texas, with a lot of workers. And the total number of domestic applicants for those 97,691, forgive me, I'm a recovering CPA, but the total number of applicants was 337. 337. And these jobs pay well. The wage in California this year is $17.51. In Washington State, it's $17.41. It's at a low of $11.99 down in Alabama. But if you're in North Dakota or Nebraska, you're paying $16.47 an hour for work, and you're covering the housing, and you're covering the visa costs, and you're paying for the transportation in and out of the country. I agree. It's a part, it can't be the whole solution, but it's a challenge getting domestic workers to even apply for the jobs.
Well, part of the problem is the time frame when you conducted that survey. You did it in the middle of the pandemic. So they're not going to be migrating. I mean, they have concerns about their children. They have concerns about the family. They lost family members. So I don't think those results really interpretable as if it were, a regular period. What we do find is that there's a gap between when these positions are posted and when these domestic workers are interested in beginning to migrate. So that these jobs are posted in January or February. The migrants aren't really migrating until March or April. And so that's when they start looking for that. And the other thing is they're not really familiar with that. It's a fact. I mean, the information is not getting to them that they are eligible, first of all, to apply for those jobs. And secondly, where to apply for them, right? So it's all been concentrated, I think, in one web page. Whereas before it used to be advertised locally, right? So I think there's a real major gap here in terms of information, the time frame and all of that.
Yeah, let me address that, because one of the things that we have find along with some of the other things is in terms of getting to hard to reach communities, which these are, okay? You're also talking about literacy. There isn't a lot of literacy in the farm worker community. So a lot of it has to do with the word of mouth. The other is in terms of the Spanish media or the immigrant media outlets. We have an agreement, and this is something that we'd like to be able to share with you. The Hispanic Communication Network that Jeff Klein was here in Santa Fe. He has outlets, some like 2,800 radio, newspapers that go into definitely the Latino community. So, and Jeff is here, so we're gonna hook up because we've been talking to USDA because a lot of the things that we need our farmers and ranchers that live in those communities that are hard to reach is to have them available in those, go to work radio in the morning, like 7 o'clock in the morning, people are traveling, you provide that information to as either PSA or in some form. So we're asking USDA to facilitate and incorporate this tool that is essential in terms of getting information. And this is, what Dr. Martinez and you were talking about in terms of those communities that are hard to reach because you have TV, you have radio that don't have to read. But even those that read, you have community newspapers. Okay, so that, yeah, I think that Marcia's solution for getting information out.
That's a good point. The National Ag Worker Survey, which I thought was really interesting when the last one that came out in August. It's done by the Department of Labor, and they only interview domestic workers, and they indicated based and it's kind of interesting. In order to get the guys to take the survey or work on the survey with them, they pay them, and they give them $20 and they do the survey, which I thought that's kind of good. At least you're going to get a good response. And the workers indicated, and as I recall, it was 75% of the workers in the survey lived within 25 miles of the job, which would tend to indicate that different than, as I mentioned earlier, when I was growing up in that small town in Wyoming, migratory patterns of workers has changed. I would suggest it's a great survey, Dr. Martinez, and you can access it on the Department of Labor website. It's got demographic information, it's got age of workers, and that type of thing too. It's a really good resource, and it's interesting. Well, I like numbers anyway, but
I think that let's try to collaborate in terms of information dissemination, because like I said, we have issues that, however, we may have differences and disagreements in terms of how it is that the function, but this is important. We need to resolve it. And we need to come to some meeting of the minds in terms of how it is, and certainly information sharing, so that, for instance, we'd be more than happy to have that survey be in those with the Hispanic Communication Network, so you can get to some of these communities. And I think it'll be helpful to all concerned and finding ways. So at least with regard to information dissemination, it would be good. So, but
There's another dimension too that we need to think about, and that is growers are turning a great deal toward single farm workers. Most of them are men. There are some women, but most of them are men. When the families come up, and if they have adolescent girls, they're very concerned about the safety and well-being. The growers are shifting from family housing to single farm worker housing. So there's a lot of other dimensions that we need to take into account here, because these families are concerned about the well-being of the young ladies. And you never know what's going to mean. These camps are isolated. They're in the back fields, and you don't ever know what's going to happen back there. So there's a whole lot of other dimensions. There's the housing dimension. There's the safety issues and so on that need, not just the communications part, but we need to ensure that these families understand that they will be given safety when they're in these camps. And yeah, things have shifted, but there's still fruits and vegetables out there that need to be handpicked, and they're not going to be taken over. They're not going to be mechanized in the short time. And fruits and vegetables are big items on the market. So, that's not going to change. Yeah, they mechanize what they could, but they're not going to mechanize everything. And we still need to have that safety. We need to have the housing. And we need to make sure that the families, if they're bringing kids, are able to ensure that their kids are getting school credit. You know, that's always been a perennial problem for them. You know, every time we try to fix it, we fix it, and then the next year it's the same problem all over again. It's like, you know, bureaucracy doesn't always have consistency across all its dimensions. So we have to deal with that. And there's a whole lot of other issues, but you know, we need to like put them all on the table to be able to come up with some solutions, because it's not a one-dimensional fix.
Yeah, you're right. You know, most of the crews of workers that you see, anywhere you go anymore, they're mostly male. I would concur with that. And I think that's also maybe tied in to some extent to what you were talking about earlier with regard to the housing situation. One of the reasons that our organization supported passage of the Farm Workforce Modernization Act through the House of Representatives. Now it's gone through twice, and we're waiting to see if we can get a bill out of the Senate in the lame duck session, probably to see if we can actually get something done on this issue. There was $1 billion that was made available for farm worker housing in that piece of legislation, and that's an important thing. I've seen some beautiful housing that for workers in Washington State and California. And I've seen some absolutely abysmal housing in the southeast of the United States that, you know, even though when I was working on an oil crew, I lived in a place that had a light bulb suspended by an electrical wire, you know, and one summer when I was in college. But that is an issue. Safety and security of the workers should never be at issue. They need to be safe and they need to be secure. I agree with you.
A question that I have as someone who's been involved in organizing and in agriculture for a long time is, how do we transition agricultural work into a race to the top instead of a race to the bottom? And you mentioned a lot of lower costs of labor in other places, but we know where the line goes when we're comparing, oh, well, they do it cheaper here, they do it cheaper here. So to compete, we've got to do it cheaper, but we're dealing with, you know, safety issues, we're dealing with family issues. And so I'd maybe be curious to hear from Dennis about organization, or even Rudy, because we see the benefits of organization, you know, what Rudy is doing, organization, and how that has improved opportunity, you know, organization and what you all are doing and how that has improved opportunity and connected more people to work, because through organization, they have security, they have better work. So I think, you know, there are certainly many producers who are doing amazing on labor, but there are many who are not. And so I think this sort of somewhat romanticized notion that, you know, living in a, you know, we had hard scrabble, we lived in a shack and we did it, like, that's not so romantic. We want to move past that sort of hard scrabble notion that we should be suffering, and that somehow makes, you know, agriculture, you know, what it is, rough and tough. So I would love to think about race to the top and how we do that, possibly through organization. Either doesn't have to be unionization, but just organizing to make this a better opportunity.
Well, I would respond. First of all, I just want to say that Rudy and I had a discussion last summer, and the overlap here is that we're focused on is the H-2B program, which is for the non-agricultural workers. But there's overlap. And I guess to start at the 50,000 foot level, from UFCW, our position is that workers' rights are human rights as recognized in the Declaration of Human Rights as the right to organize a union. And what that means, you know, in a nutshell, is the right to freedom of association, which is guaranteed in the US Constitution, to organize a union and to collectively bargain free from retaliation. So that's the fundamental principle that we are guided by. We're part of the IUF, which is the International Food Workers Union. So we work on this at a global level. We've actually negotiated with companies like Danone in France, because the European companies actually recognize that UN Declaration of Human Rights, that workers do have the right to organize. So these multinational corporations like Danone and Unilever that are based in Europe, their charters mandate that they respect the right to organize. But their subsidiaries around the world, including in the United States, routinely ignore that. And so one of our strategies was to work with the European unions to pressure those headquarters to pull in their subsidiaries in the US and other countries and respect that right. And that's actually led to Danone, for example, giving us neutrality in their dairy processing plant in Dallas, Texas. And when we are given neutrality and a fair shake, we won that vote with 80% of the workers voting for the union. And I think this gets back, if you get to bring it back to the H-2A program and farm workers, I mentioned this yesterday. So the original sin in the United States in our labor laws was during the fight for the New Deal, there was a farmer labor alliance. And the reason, and that was around and that alliance were two of the main pillars of the New Deal. And one was a right for farmers to have a fair price through supply management in the Farm Bill to ensure that they get the cost of production. And then the other one was the right to organize. But when they passed the labor laws in this country, you mentioned the Southeast, the old South, those senators and representatives from the South did not want farm workers or home workers to be included with the right to organize. And that was the dirty deal that was cut, was to leave those workers out, because the last thing they wanted in the South was to have their Black workers in the fields and in their homes organizing unions. And you had a similar attitude in California with the immigrant workers coming over the border to do the seasonal work down there. And so we're still living with that today. And I think yet this morning's discussion, the MC was talking about the terminology of the historically discriminated against. And this is just no longer tenable. So along with that being consistent with this workers' rights or human rights, we need to fix the Farm Bill. I mean, the labor law to include the right to organize. Now, immigration, of course, makes that more complicated. And you have very good point that, this whole dynamic of the trade agreements that allow capital free flow across borders, but it does not allow free flow of labor across borders. So so you have the European example that I was talking about on one end of the spectrum. On the other end, you have countries like China who actually ban the right to have independent trade unions in China. And where was one wave of the fleeing of the US domestic manufacturing? Where did that go? It went to China. And why did it go there? Because those workers didn't have the right to organize. The other one was Mexico, where you have the company unions that are fake unions that are corrupt and sell out the workers. And we deal with that on a daily basis because the Hispanic workers who come to the meatpacking plants in the United States are suspicious of unions because they were sold out by these fake unions in Mexico. Now, I have to say that the renegotiation of NAFTA has actually moved the ball forward on that front. And President Obrador is trying to move the ball forward on that and try to get a right to organize in Mexico. And so we would argue that we need to do that, right? And that we need to have those workers have the right to organize, and that will help level things out. But we have to also, one of the things that we came out of the pandemic with was also landing on a principle of we're also working on procurement, and we have the good food purchasing policy. And we've run into concerns with farmers who are saying we can't afford to pay for these work. They got worried that the union was part of that dynamic or part of that policy. And they have a point, because if a lot of these farmers, and I was a farm organizer for 20 years, if they hear union, they're thinking $15 minimum wage, they're thinking healthcare, they're thinking retirement. And, even these farmers I know in farmers markets, who, if you think about it, if you add up their hours, they're not making a minimum wage, and they may have their wife or their daughter or their son working on the farmer's market at the thing, let alone who else they might have working back at the farm. So you can understand why they're concerned about a union coming in and the workers demanding more than what they're making, right? And so at that point in the pandemic, UFCW took a very strong position that we support farmers' right to fair prices. And specific examples are an antitrust. We need more antitrust enforcement, and we supported supply management in dairy because Wisconsin Farmers Union was wanting supply management in dairy. But you can't have supply management in dairy or in sugar with the trade agreements that with the neoliberal model that dismantles tariffs and opens up the domestic economy to these global corporations that can flee to the cheapest labor market and import their products. So I think in order to solve this, those are a lot of things, but those are some of the things that are on the table that we need to address. And you had mentioned the Aid Guest Workers Act, which I was wanting to bring back to the overlap. So in 2017, that bill, it did some of those things that you were talking about, but the one that we were most concerned about is that it redefined agricultural workers to include meatpacking workers. And that was a problem for us because that meant that all our labor contracts were null and void. We have struggled for decades to build high union density in beef packing and meat and pork packing. We still have an Achilles heel in chicken because chicken is the most exploitive supply chain because it's mostly based in the Old South where it's really hard to organize down there. And so that concern that, try to get to Rudy's point of finding some common ground, I would just put that on the table of, that's a non-starter for us. And we do have an alternative bill that we've worked out with Representative Castro from Texas that would address the H-2A program. And one of the other problems that this bill addresses in the H-2A program is this issue of the workers being captive to one employer. So this bill would actually open that up and say that these workers would have the option to come in and go to the employers that are competing for them and not be captive to one. Because if they're captive to one employer, those employers in essence would have the power to deport them. So if they try to get involved with organizing a union, they could potentially be deported. And that goes against our fundamental principle. Despite us not figuring out what the solution to the immigration program, the bottom line is those workers should have the right to organize, that all workers, we need to start from the premise that all workers have to have the right to organize a union, the choice, right? So I just wanted to get that out there of where we fit into this debate, because we're not like Farm Labor Organizing Committee with Baltimore, or we're not like the United Farm Workers. We don't have a large presence with farm workers, although we're starting to in New York and some of these other states, but we're more in the meat packing and food processing and retail grocery side. But there is overlap there, and these issues are common to all of us. And I think one of the common issues is, I think we got to go back to that Farmer Labor Alliance to find, in the wake of COVID and the exposure of these fragile supply chains, these global sprawling supply chains are fragile and can be disrupted seriously. That is a national security issue, right? And so we need to come together in a unified front to address, this issue of having a viable domestic labor force that's treated fairly and whose human rights are respected, but also farmers' rights, that farmers should have the right to a fair price, right? Just like the workers should have a minimum wage, farmers should have a right to a minimum price that protects them from the dumping of agricultural commodities into our markets at below the cost of production. And we stand in beside farmers on that demand as well.
Yeah, thank you. What I'm hearing is, and I'm sure that there are many things that are going to continue happening here in the United States about farming, about workers, immigrant workers. So we in Chicago, we organize different fronts against the deportations, against the activity of ICE, because ICE was visiting our neighborhoods, the neighborhoods where the undocumented immigrant was living, and they knock at the door, and when the people open the door, they came into the house and they arrest them. So what we do in 2018 to 2019, also we organize the community in order that doesn't open the door. For example, that was a campaign that we have in Chicago, and we stop them. We stop immigration to go into our neighborhoods. And for many things that for the issue that we are talking, let me tell you that many immigrant workers that are living in our neighborhoods are also working in the farms that are all around Chicago, and they exactly doesn't have the protections that they need to have. They doesn't have the idea, for example, to be unionized. We are working together with the food and commercial workers, the 881 in Chicago, but they organize markets and those sort of things. But also, we like a community organization, we always say to the people, okay, it's good to have a work, but it's better to have a work with union all the time. Because a union guarantee at least that they are going to be paid. The thing with the immigrant workers is that they going to work and they work, and after a while, the owner says, okay, you are undocumented, I'm going to pay you, make whatever you want. So, and also in the domestic workers is happening. We have right now in our organization at least 5 U visas because this, the workers have been bad treating and have problems with because the owner called to the immigration, called to ICE in order to take and doesn't pay these workers. And one thing that I would like to say about this, about the thing of farming, in Chicago, there are a lot of people that right now is urban farming. And this urban farming is extended on the whole city of Chicago, but this doesn't have guarantees, this doesn't have loans, they doesn't have organization in order to make this farming. And that is happening is that they farming in the city and urban farming, but they need to go to work also. And many of them are Latinos that doesn't have papers. And many of them are African American that has passing 1 year in prison for anything. So in fact, in Chicago, we have one of the biggest jails in the United States. This is the 26th jail, and they have 27,000 people in jail right now. And we are talking with the people for the county, because it's the county for Cook County, and we tell them, well, you know what? There are people here in jail that doesn't need to be here, because they doesn't do nothing. So they only the problem that they do is that they are other Black, other Latinos, and we are the 10% of the population. But in jail, we are the 50% of the population in jail. So something is wrong and it's not fair. So the people that is farming are making urban farming. They are also need to go to work in another place. So they have two jobs in order that they can put some food on the table. And I think this is a big problem that we need to do. So in 2018, for example, the Street Vendors Association, people that is here, we passed in a law in the city of Chicago in order that the street vendors had a permit to sell on the street. They sell on the street for 20 years, and they were the target for the police in order to get them and put in the jail, the street vendors, only for sale on the street. And the worst thing that is happening is when the police came to the street vendors, the police threw away to the trash all the products that they have, because the police says that they doesn't have where to keep it there in some kind of way. So that is something that was happening in Chicago. They stop right now. They stop because we organize before everything happening. We organize the most important protest against the police, because the police was the the arm that's that's what they were using in order to repress our community. So I think we are in the beginning for the try to solve the problem, and this kind of conference I think is something that we need to take more often in order to see how we can solve problems in all the country.
Those issues of inequity are unfortunately manifest, and they do need to be addressed, and they need to be addressed aggressively. It's interesting talking with some of my more conservative friends about issues surrounding labor, and I work in agricultural labor, of course, and they see workers coming in. They say, well, how do they even know to come in? Well, they use cell phones. They don't have cell phones. And obviously you've not been on a farm with the workers at a break, because everybody's on their phone, checking their Facebook, doing whatever they're doing. But those issues have to be addressed. A couple of things that Dennis raised. H2C legislation in 2016, 2017, as I recall, there were 425,000 visas under HR 4760 per year for a 2-year period. 15,000 of those each year would go to processing. The other 410,000 would go to agriculture. But it was a problem anyway, because you would never fill the gap for me, because I don't work on the processing side. But for me, for farmers, having enough workers, and you have to have workers to harvest your crop. You just can't do it, because you're right, mechanization is not going to get there fast enough. That issue of portability is a tough one with regard to the visa programs, because if you're the employer, you have to pay the employees coming in. You have to pay for his transportation to the consulate. You have to pay for his subsistence while he's waiting for his visa. Then you've got to pay his transportation in and out of the country. And now if that worker comes into your place, and let's say he comes into, comes into Arkansas, and he's making $12.99 an hour, but if he goes to Michigan, he can get $15.37 an hour, and then he leaves. And the guy in Arkansas doesn't have a worker, and he's got to try to find somebody else to fill that job. Or, correct. And that 1647, or he ends up in North Dakota at 1647, or you've got a worker that might have been working on this 10-acre plot up in Michigan. He would have been making $15.37. I'm going to go over to North Dakota or to South Dakota and make $16.47. That's a lot of money. And so that's an issue. And I'm not sure exactly how you reconcile that, with the exception of in the Farm Workforce Modernization Act, the one that I've mentioned, that also has $1 billion for farm worker housing, which I think we could really use to upgrade housing and improve housing and build new housing for farm workers that are working. There is a portability pilot project that would be available so that workers could go from place to place to place if they so chose, and that's up to them. And it's a pilot project of small in scope. And of course, we don't have any regulations yet, because we haven't passed a bill out of the Senate and then moved it over to the Department of Labor, so we can go ahead and get something going. But it is something that I hear in meetings in Washington, D.C. constantly, that this is something that people want to look at. So let's look at it. Let's see if there's some way we can find some common ground and make that work. Anyway.
So I think this cost to the farmer that you're raising, I hear you, right? It's like, and I think that goes back to this fundamental principle of us supporting the right of farmers to have a fair price, right? So if you guys have to put out that kind of cost for your labor, that's unfair, right? It's like, so if you go back to when I was a farm organizer for over 20 years in the Northern Great Plains, and the old, what we called them were the norm parity farmers who believed in parity pricing and all of that stuff. And they had a definition for what's the cost of production for farmers. And that definition was that the cost of production for farmers should cover fair remuneration for the farmers, management, and labor, right? And in the original New Deal Farm Bill, there was a formula that was done by USDA that took all that into account, and that became the price floor for supply management in the grains and the storable grains program and in the sugar program, which is the last program left that still has a price floor in supply management. And so I think that's an area of common ground. Now, there's all these remaining issues, but I think Rudy's point is trying to find those areas of common ground to work from and go from there. And I think that's where we've come around at UFCW to understanding that that's really important for us to, show solidarity with farmers to support the right to a fair price.
One of the things that I think we can all agree on is that our food systems require stable and reliable labor. There's no question about that. I think the other thing we need to agree on is that these workers need to be treated fairly, safely, and equitably. But that's not always happening. I know that for a fact. Okay. So we need to talk about the other side of the equation, and that is the H-2A workers and how they are exploited by some growers. I mean, the overwhelming majority of growers who bring them treat them like that, but not all of them do. Let me give you a couple of examples. One has to do with the Department of Labor and its enforcement of these regulations. Under President Trump, that labor force was reduced by almost 30% Okay, so we have fewer members of the Department of Labor enforcing these laws and regulations. So that's a problem. So, and why is that a problem? So we have contractors, right? It's not always the grower who's getting the workers. It's middle contractors. And it leads to jurisdictional issues. So there are laws about not having overcrowding, right? So we have contractors who bring in workers, they put them to work in Michigan, and then they take them across the state line and keep them in motels overcrowded in Indiana. And so the question is, well, who has jurisdiction here, right? Because I work with Farm Worker Legal Services in Michigan, and they say, well, that's across the state line. We don't have jurisdiction over there, but they're coming to work in Michigan, right? So that's a problem, right? Because these workers are not being treated fairly, safely. They're overcrowded in these motels. The other thing is some of these growers are taking the visas from these workers and holding them and basically exploiting them. So will work them 12 hours a day. And that worker is not going to complain, first of all, because he or she doesn't have that visa. And secondly, they don't want to get blacklisted because they want to keep coming back to get work, right? So these are just some of the issues that arise when we have a Department of Labor that does not have the personnel to be able to enforce the working conditions and the treatment of these workers. So what we need to do is, we need to find a way to have a balance between domestic and H-2A workers. We need to find a way by which all of them are treated fairly. And we need to find a way by which the domestic work, the small farmers are able to access workers, right? Whether it's H-2A or whether it's domestic, but they can't, the big farms can afford it. The small farmer can't afford it. And what's going to happen is that they're just going to fall out of the food industry. I'm having it.
What you just brought up, I think would make a good resolution proposal that we can take into account as we keep working towards a common ground with regard to the farm labor situation, because we need to address it.
Yeah, I apologize. I showed up late, so I probably missed some of the good stuff here, but my understanding is our goal here is to come up with resolutions. And I think I hear one congealing that something to the effect of we want to advance workers' rights, but we cannot do it without simultaneously advancing equity for farmers. I don't think there should be two sides of this. I think we need to reestablish that, Democratic Farmer Labor Party spirit, because we really are in this together. And, I'll say as a farmer, and some would say a fairly large one, there's absolutely not enough money to pay a fair wage. And, we work 14-hour days regularly, and we pay our employees, we have much more than we make. I mean, that's embarrassing to admit, but that's the truth of the agricultural economy. And that has to be recognized. So I guess the resolution I'm proposing is that we resolve these two issues, equity for farmers, parity pricing, if you want to call it that, be married to any kind of worker rights, because you can't have one without the other, or as you say, we'll be left with only humongous corporate farms, which we're getting close to anyhow, and exploited workers.
That sounds like a great idea to try to advance to that point, and particularly with regard to workers' rights and workers' protections. I would agree with that. A couple of things that's kind of tough because when you start the issue about parity pricing, it seems to me that markets allocate resources to their highest and best use in an economy. They move it. This was another one of the problems that I had with Bob Goodlatte's legislation. He would have said that the minimum wage for agricultural work in the United States is the federal minimum wage or the state minimum wage plus 15%, which would mean that a grower in South Carolina, if you're growing peaches, you can pay your worker $8.34. But if I'm a grower in California, I'm paying $15. Now, where's the worker going to go? And who's going to miss out on the labor force? Because the worker's going to move. He's going to take that job. Well, why wouldn't you? I mean, that's what markets do. They allocate resources to their highest and best use, which is the issue also that you've got with competition from foreign countries taking your market share. When my dad in Torrington, Wyoming, goes to the grocery store and he calls me up and he says, "What am I doing finding this bell pepper from Ontario in my store?" And I said, "Well, they're able to bring it across the border with a much cheaper input cost than we can produce it here in the United States. So it's coming in and it's going to be competitive." And actually it's a windfall for the producer outside the country. Housing requirements. You raised the issue about housing requirements. I agree with you. One of the challenges you got with the housing requirements themselves are incorporated in the H-2A regulation and are enforced by the federal government. However, the state workforce agencies are delegated the authority for the inspection of the housing. So that means that the Indiana state workforce agency is responsible for inspecting that Indiana housing that Michigan, but the standards should be the same. They are the same, as a matter of fact, under the regulation. So they are the same. And with regard to enforcement, you did see a fewer wage and hour investigators during the Trump administration. Believe me, they are. We have more folks coming online right now. But the last time I looked, and I had to do this for a radio interview that I did, you're 3.5. If you're an agricultural employer, you're 3.5 times more likely to be visited by a wage and hour investigator than you are an auditor from the Internal Revenue Service. So you're getting looked at, and particularly if you're using the H-2A program, you're getting looked at. And no, that's on the enforcement side.
I just want to respond to the markets, sort of the market solve all problems sort of dogma here.
Thank you.
That, one buyer in a market does not a market make, right? So like I worked on antitrust for years in cattle and in the big four controlling 80%, 85% beef packing nationwide. And in Montana, where I was working then with Northern Plains Research Council, it was more like it was IBP and it was 95% of the Northwest market. So, and just to give an example of that and bringing it back to fair prices for farmers. So we support the poultry supply management in Canada because under supply management in Canada for poultry, we have a union density rate of 80%. In the United States, our union density rate, I'm sorry, not 80. It's right now it's 60. It was 80. It's now 67%. So it's coming down a bit. But in poultry in the United States, we're at 31% union density because most of the poultry is in the former slaveholding South, where it's really hard to organize. In beef, we had clawed our way back from the IBP disruption of the late 80s from back up to we're now at about 54% union density, and in pork we're at about 67% union density. And here's another problem we have in beef, which is really crucial for us. In the wake of the drought of 2000, and this is a trade issue. So in the wake of the drought of 2011 and 12, the cattle herd collapsed, right? It was like it fell because of the drought. The cattle herd collapsed to its lowest level since 1941. And in the wake of that, we had 9 beef packing plants shut down, including the one Rudy mentioned earlier in Plainview, Texas, where we had 2,000 union scale workers in Plainview, Texas, just shut down because the plant ran out of cattle. And there were 3 other union plants that were shut down as well. And the problem is that it takes 39 months from conception to slaughter to start rebuilding the cattle herd. Whereas poultry has much more flexibility against volatility to ramp up production faster. And that's what they did. So the problem for us, poultry is our Achilles heel, because what happened in the wake of that was that beef shortage pushed beef prices at retail to record level highs. So the poultry sector ramped up production and took market share away from beef. And so in essence, that 2,000 workers working at union scale wages at Plainview, Texas, was displaced by a non-union lower wage scale plant in the South. And that's dragging labor standards down across all 3 sectors in the protein sector, all 3 proteins. So that's our main concern. And that's another reason, that was one of the other factors that pushed us into really we're now taking a very aggressive stand, supporting ranchers, beef cattle ranchers who want a fair price through better antitrust enforcement under the Packers and Stockyards Act.
On your Canadian supply management thing, or do they prohibit, like they do with milk, the importation of milk from the United States and Canada?
So the Canadians have tenaciously held on against all odds, right? Because the sugar industry is the other example that's held on in the they're the last one that held on to supply management in the face of NAFTA and the NAFTA model that followed with CAFTA and all the other trade agreements. So the answer to that is the US government has led the charge, demanding that the Canadians dismantle their supply management programs, both in poultry and in dairy. So we have a farmer labor alliance that also includes the Teamsters, because the Teamsters have high union density in Canada in dairy. We don't have as much dairy in the United States, but in Canada they do, and there's supply management in dairy. So the ongoing fight in Canada has been for them to defend their supply management program against the neoliberal model that demands that you unilaterally dismantle your tariffs and allow imports at will, which means that the China and Mexico, where they have the cheap labor, they're going to win every time. Or in the case of the United States, the US poultry industry that has this really low union density in the South would wipe out the Canadian supply pretty much probably wipe out the Canadian poultry industry. So that's coming from the United States, where we're supposed to be a first world country and everything. We're actually playing the role of a third world country that doesn't have any labor standards that would dismantle their fair price for farmers, right? So we understood that and worked with the Teamsters, with Canadian Farmers Union and other farm groups in the United States to have a solidarity position in support of the 2 supply management programs that are hanging on in Canada. Yeah.
So I think it's important for me always that we move beyond the sort of Adam Smith concept of the market, because there is a very sensible concept of a market that moves and flows in this way, but that's not the world we live in. That's a concept. The truth is that policy influences the market. I mean, farmers exist. I hope you don't take offense to this. Farmers exist on socialism. So farming is not a free market. Farming is not working in this perfect free market. So we have to really think about how we combine the cause of farmers and laborers to, again, move everyone up. Because frankly, what I've seen in agriculture, and I'll admit that my 12 years pales to many others, many more years working in that sector, is that there are very, very big farms and growers who are making a lot of money who are exploiting workers at the expense of farmers like you that are smaller, that are struggling to pay workers. And they'll say, yeah, we can't afford that. And they're using your story, even though it's not their story. They're not struggling. They could pay their workers better. They could have better housing. They could do all this, but they're using your story to not do it. And so when continuing to push out, so in circling back to resolutions, it strikes me that there maybe is some movement toward this farm and labor alliance to say, is it not, for example, in the interest of both workers and farmers of variable sizes, to push for policy that would say, hey, you're subsidizing things like prices, you're subsidizing quite a lot for farming. Why would you not include labor in that? Why would you not say we have, and I don't disagree with the socialism in farming, because we have to eat. We all have to eat. We don't need toy cars, but we have to eat. And so, getting those costs for the transit to the embassy paid, getting those costs for housing, getting those labor costs factored in, to me, that makes sense as a cause that is shared by both workers and farmers, and perhaps could be something that, if those groups could work together, could be pushed for on a policy level.
Yeah, just quickly on that, I think that gets back to what just to re-clarify what I was saying earlier, is when you guys have to pay, for bringing these H-2A workers in and all those costs that involve, either the government needs to pay for that and not be part of the cost of production, or you have something like supply management that allows you to get that cost back from the market in the actual price that you get paid in the market for your commodity. And it seems because for 50 years for lack of a better word, the neoliberals have hammered against supply management, but that is how they found a way to do this. This goes back to the Chinese. 3,000 years ago, it had an ever normal granary that they built up strategic grain reserves that would get them through the hard times. And that's basically what supply management is. And supply management, back to like the cattle example, with the cheap feed policy that is driving the confined animal feeding operation model that we have, the industrial egg model, that's all based on that cheap feed. So if we had a third year of drought in 2013, we didn't. We had a bumper year of harvest, and for farmers, the price of corn went from $8.60 a bushel that had run up during the shortage down to back below $4, because we had the biggest corn crop in U.S. history, because all the farmers were chasing $8.64 corn, and when they all got it, that disappeared because it's gone, right? And in supply management, if we've had supply management if we didn't have supply management, if we'd had a third year of drought and not a normal harvest that year, it wouldn't have been 9 beef packing plants shut down. It would have been dozens of meat packing plants shut down, because the whole industrial meat complex is based on cheap feed, which is the #1 cost for any meat. And with supply management, the debate historically has been over the fair price for farming, over what the price floor should be on the cost of production. But in these days of climate volatility and other volatility in the market, the other mechanism in supply management is a price ceiling. So you would write it into the bill that you would have a price floor, like a minimum wage for workers that farmers get, that's at no lower than the average cost of production. But you would also have a price ceiling, but you would have to have built up a strategic grain reserve. So say we had another year of drought. If we had a strategic grain reserve in place, we could prevent dozens of meatpacking plants from being shut down, because we could release those feed grains back out onto the market. You would have a trigger point, a ceiling in the supply management, say at $6 a bushel, right? For corn, for example. So at $6 a bushel, that would trigger the government releasing that corn back into the market. And just like it creates a price floor, it would create a price ceiling that would protect consumers. So I think there's another point of solidarity there that we should all think about. But the challenge there is you first have to build up the strategic grain reserve, and that's going to take some time. But I'll stop there.
Well, I guess I'd like to go back to resolutions and put a little more meat on the bones of this proposal to tie support for workers' wage rates and treatment to supply management. And someone smarter than me is going to have to put the words to all that. But conceptually, I think there's something important there. Without getting too far into the weeds of ag policy, which is one of my weaknesses, but I think we've also have to at the same time advocate for meaningful payment limitations. Because right now, uncapped subsidies, particularly in crop insurance, is the #1 driver of farm scale and inequity. And until we get that capped, you're not going to change anything about the structure of agriculture, which is the real problem we're talking about here.
Quickly on that, with supply management, you wouldn't have that problem because there are no subsidies from the government. There's a price floor that makes the process, the grain companies pay the actual cost of production in the market, just like a minimum wage makes employers pay a minimum wage in the market. Now, there could still be big farmers that take advantage, that there's ways to deal with that. But the other point about that is Darrell Ray, who's an old ag economist who did a lot of work on this in the early 2000s, he crunched the numbers for the Farmers Union Supply Management Program, the Midas proposal from the last one was in 2015. And when he crunched the numbers on that, based on the history, over the life of the Farm Bill, if you had supply management, it would save like $110 billion in direct payments because the government wouldn't have to pay subsidies to make up for the low price, which is what the deficiency payments are now. It's now changed to crop insurance, but you don't need that in supply management. And that's why the big grain cartels hate supply management, because it makes them pay the real cost of production in the marketplace.
Only the speculators make money on the roller coaster.
And the other thing it does allow for the market to play between that, just like with wages, it allows the market to function between the minimum price for farmers and the maximum price, the ceiling for, from like $4 a bushel for corn to $6, or $2, $3, whatever it is, 4 to 8 or whatever you want to set the floor and the ceiling. The market's allowed to fluctuate in between there. So you are allowing the market. Markets are a useful tool if there's actually markets, but when you have cartels, there are no markets. So that's another part of that.
The microphones are open, so I just want to.
I would think we have a new addition. Would you mind coming in and signing in and also introduce yourself? Appreciate it.
Question. This is supposed to be over at 10:45. Are we still doing that, or have we changed? Two sessions.
President Kennedy said one time, the farmer is the only person in our economy that buys everything at retail, sells everything at wholesale, pays the freight both ways. Previous jobs, I ran the supply management program for the almond industry of California as the CFO of the Almond Board of California. And they essentially got rid of it because they didn't want to end up like the Australian wool industry, stockpiling product that you ended up just burning and doing away with. And I also was the CEO of the Dairy Association out in California when they were pushing on the no management. Now, one of the things that was really curious there was that I'd go to the meetings with National Milk Producers Federation, who got on board with this, and some of my good friends were saying, this is exactly what we got to do. We got to do this. The United States produces 70% of the world's milk. We can do this. We've got that kind of production capacity here in the US. And he looked at his partner, another good friend of mine, and he said, and partner said, no, it's 75%. It's higher than that. It's 75%. And I looked at them both and I said, guys, we produce 11% of the world's milk in the United States. So in order to be effective with the supply management program, you've got to be sure that nobody else can get into your market. None of your foreign competition. And be careful if you try to put supply management on a perishable product. What do you do with a bell pepper? What do you do with a cucumber? What do you do with an apple? I guess you can make it into cider, or make it into apple juice or something. So, but if you've got countries like Australia, New Zealand, and dairy that will come into your market, or you've got a market you'd love to access. And, the Canadians know for sure that you're exactly right. If we had access to their market and dairy, they'd be gone. They'd be gone in a heartbeat because they can't compete with American innovation and ingenuity and the American investment that we made in
They can't
agriculture.
compete with our unfair labor. Don't sugarcoat that.
With our unfair
And
labor.
we don't want to put Canadian farmers out of business.
No, we don't. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't want American farmers to go out of business.
Well, that's a dilemma, the things in terms of what we do domestically and want to make sure that some of the discussions that we had and some of the proposals get into a farm bill. And is it feasible to try to assign this gathering here to put together as a part of the immigration what it is that we need in order to be able to reach. But I think we have a fairly good we've had, I think, a very fruitful discussion and what is it we need. And I think that we have come up with some viable proposals in terms of collaboration. Because we need to make sure that the farmers get their fair price in order to be able to pay labor and the cost of input. Because it's otherwise we have to maintain ourselves sustainable. We have to be sustainable and we have to do it domestically. We cannot, one of the things that I am not interested in having to rely on imports for my food. I don't want that. Absolutely not. I want to make sure that we are able to have the resiliency of our farming operations at the local level, because otherwise we are going to be having some very, very difficult problems in terms of just feeding ourselves. And exportation, like they've done in terms of manufacturing, it's just, to me, it's like, how can we do that? We've lost a tremendous amount of our ability to make, first of all, just in terms of workforce, having them idle makes no sense. Having to have the cost of the social impact, the cost of the social impact that has in terms of having unproductive people sitting around, creating problems for themselves, that's not a society that I want to live in. I want to ensure that my neighbor, whoever is producing my food is able to have the necessary resources to be able to sustain themselves and keep our communities, productive, as well as being able to feed ourselves. It's very, very alarming to me, because I know that, for instance, we have food on the shelf right now, but some of that is from last year's harvest. Okay. It's not current production, because we had like the losses in Kansas and Iowa with regard to that. What was it that? Where the topsoil got busted. Got lost, all the losses of the wheat. And those are grains. That's not food. That's animal feed. So how are these folks going to be able to sustain themselves? They're going to have to import from other regions of the country, which is not terrible. But however, to be able to remediate, what happened in terms of the flooding, the loss of the topsoil, that's going to take generations. Yeah.
I agree with your, we should have a goal of food security. I would argue that, domestic security is not achieved if it comes from plants that are dependent on imported workers. You know, if that's our system, we haven't achieved the security. We need to democratize our food, and we don't need 5 packers or 3 controlling the entire meat supply. And if that's what we have, it's not domestic and it's not secure. All of this is tied together. We can't serve workers if farmers can't make a living. Farmers can't make a living until we solve the supply management problem. We can't supply that until we solve the antitrust issues with our food processing. You can't do any of those without addressing them all. So I don't know what that does for resolutions, but either we need a whole bunch that are taken together, or it's got to be one really complex one. And answer your earlier question, I am willing to invest some time in that if my voice is welcome.
Yeah, and I agree. And I want to go back and acknowledge with Mark your point that supply management, I know enough to be dangerous with feed grains and even less about dairy. And I don't know anything about almonds, but what I would argue, what I would put forth here again, to trying to bring us back to some focus on a resolution would be, and I'm peripheral to the produce and fruit question, but I do know there's this, that Senator Rubio and others have petitioned about the imported produce from abroad, right? That there's this issue in Florida that vegetable growers are getting hammered by cheap imports as well. And I don't know that if supply management works in that or not. I'm just saying it's a trade question, right? It's a tariff question. And basically what the NAFTA model says is the goal of the NAFTA model was to take tariffs off the table, basically. And so you can't do tariffs. You need to give your fate up to global corporations and let the markets work, which include allowing whoever can flee to the lowest labor market in the world wins, right? And so that's where, until we figure out supply management, tariffs are a temporary stopgap solution to help mitigate it, right? So I think there's maybe some consensus there. And then we have the Farmers Union proposal, the Midas proposal from 2015 on grains that would not only help the grain farmers, but would help the ranchers and us in the meatpacking sector to protect us from that coming volatility with climate change, and would level the playing field back to regenerative agriculture, right? That right now, if you look at it from a climate perspective, back in the 70s, we had probably 40 to 50,000 independent family farm feedlot operations in the Midwest, and all of them had a sustainable pasture rotation. They grew corn and soybeans, but they all had a sustainable pasture rotation with either a beef cow or a dairy cow herd that went along with that. But as the grain companies and the meat some of them became combined, and with the meat companies won the debate over supply management and eventually pretty much dismantled all of the remnants of supply management in the 96 Farm Bill. What happened is that, for example, Cargill could buy the grain on the market for itself at below the cost of production, feed it to their own cattle in their own feedlots. And what that meant was that beef and that dairy being produced on sustainable pasture rotations in the Midwest could no longer compete. And so what happened is they moved those, they plowed up, they sold off those cows and plowed up those sustainable pasture rotations and put it into more corn and soybean, in a monoculture corn and soybeans, right? And that just made the overproduction problem worse, right? And so from a climate perspective, it was a disaster, right? Because what we did is we moved millions of head of cattle off of sustainable pasture rotations that were rebuilding soil and fixing carbon and making the countryside more resilient to growing climate volatility, if you fast forward to today, and put them into feedlots, confined animal feedlot operations that are being supported by low cost, cheap feed grains that are fossil fuel monocultures. So and we no longer have the political cloud, neither the farmers nor the workers, that we did during the New Deal era of the 30s. There aren't as many farmers. they aren't as militant or progressive, and there's not as many union members as there once were. So we aren't going to probably able to win that fight alone. So one of my arguments is we need to convince the climate change movement and the regenerative ag movement that that's the direction we need to move in and start working on that level. So I'm just trying to get some. So I think like the supply, like figuring out maybe the vegetable issue, like the imports coming in that are hammering the Florida growers and others, the produce issue and the grain issue. Dairy, I don't know enough of dairy. We could put that on the table, but try to start where there's build some consensus around those and not try to solve all of the commodities at once, pick a couple and go from there. So that's just another idea, trying to move forward towards more specificity.
I just want to briefly bring the people in the room that are new. So we've been having a really productive small conversation and the room has gotten bigger. So I want to make sure everyone here knows that we're passing the mic around. Move up, please, if you feel comfortable. So maybe we can pass around for introductions, but we've been talking about farm labor. And I think the place that we've started to move toward is what would a resolution look like that would align farmers and farm labor in, going together forward to make, a race to the top, better, fair prices for farmers, but also fair wages and fair conditions for farm workers. So that's where we're heading. And I think it would be great to hear from more people in the room now that we have a bigger room, but maybe we could just do a quick introduction, pass the mic around. We've been breaking the rules and just going hog.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eric Sanchez, and I'm here today with Los Jardines Institute. Yep, that's about it.
Hi, everybody. My name is Henry Searcy. I worked in Washington, D.C. with farm worker housing and farm labor housing. And one of the concerns I was interested in is to identify H-2A workers and the challenges that USDA brings to the fact that we don't allow H-2A workers within our housing. And many of our houses are located within agricultural areas. So I don't know if that can be addressed here, but that would be an awesome discussion.
Hi, my name is Julieta Consuelo. I'm one of the growers at Los Jardines Institute here in Albuquerque in the South Valley area, and here to learn from all of you all.
Hello, my name is Antonia Ruiz, and I work at Ashoka Farm, which we formed between 4 POC farm workers as a farm made by farm workers, for farm workers. This is our first year as an expanded vegetable production farm. And I'm also here to learn from everyone here and share ideas and experiences.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stephen Templeton, and I am a senior program manager with National Latino Farmers and Ranchers. Essentially, I do whatever that gentleman over there tells me to handle. Yes, sir. All right. So long story short, I'm in another panel, another ongoing concurrent. I need to be in 3 places at one time. I just want to say one thing. I'm also working on H-2A. I'd like to meet with you later on, Mr. Searcy. We would like some resolution that addresses the dichotomies between the needs between working farms and seasonal workers, addressing their rights specifically in the areas of housing and also transportation. We are working on projects to address that, and we're very receptive, and we would like to align ourselves with best practices in a way that respects the rights of workers and seasonal workers specifically, and also addresses the massive labor gap that we're experiencing in production. And so that's our intent. And the only agenda we have is common sense and humanity.
Hi, everyone. My name's Millie Lagrange. I've written about the H2A workers from both sides of the border as a journalist, and I'm documenting this conversation for the National Latinos.
I'm Raquel Benavides, and this is very near and dear to me, but I'm here currently today with the Truth Foundation, and it's a leadership program for young women. And we are just about expanding their process and the expectations they have. So how we approach and how we engage in these conversations as young women entering into it. So I'm here to listen to you guys.
I just want to thank everybody who's here because my friend and colleague, Michael Marsh, is going to have to leave, but thank you so much, Mike. Oh, you okay? Oh, all right, okay. 'Cause I know he's got to leave, but this, I think this has been, in my opinion, very, very productive and very well, where the issues that we discussed are essential to being able to reach some level of consensus of how we're going to address this farm labor shortage, and how we can all address the inequities that result in both the farmers as well as the workers. So yeah, this has been a very, I like it. I like very much what's taking place here. So let's work towards, I think we have a very good opportunity to reach level. One other thing, we're members of the Via Campesina. I know some of you are familiar with it, okay? North American. And one of the things that the US chapter has been inactive. I want to revive it. And I want to welcome each and every one of you that is here, because I think that is one of the ways that we are going to be able to address all this global market, our own domestic issues, and dealing with the North American region of the Via Campesina includes the United States, Canada, and Mexico. So that it is essential. I don't know what's been happening with my colleagues in Canada. I don't know what, because I've been so busy with in terms of just getting the infrastructure of our own organization in place. But it is, I would like to extend an invitation to all of you to be participants in the Via Campesina as we re-energize that entity. We need to do it. We need to do it, and we need to have this level of discussion among ourselves. I know the National Council of Agricultural Employers is having their annual meeting in Las Vegas. The National Latino Farmers Association, we're members of the National Council of Agricultural Employers. We're going to be going. We've taken several of our staff as well as some of our operations and members. So it is because we want to be a part of the solution, okay, and bring some of the concerns that we have, but try to work them out. Henry, I know you. Sure.
I've got a question on the housing. As I mentioned earlier in the comments, in the Farm Workforce Modernization Act, there is $1 billion that would go to farm worker housing here in the US. I think that from the employer perspective, we see a need to upgrade housing for workers. And if we're able to access a low-cost means to do so, we'd like to do that. Is that something everybody else would buy into? I think so too.
Well, the one thing is that farm worker housing has been the law actually expanded to allow for processing workers to be able to reside in housing related to USDA. We give a 1% interest rate over 33 years. And it can be owned by the city, it can be owned by the organization or the farm as part of its own farming operation. And so with that, we found that it actually benefits farm workers because it also allows for processing workers to be able to reside in the properties. The biggest challenge is decent, safe, and sanitary housing. And one of the biggest disconnects is that there's a lack of people that will pick our crop. And so H-2A workers associated with the Department of Labor, they have a program that allows for laborers to come and pick the crop. But one of the challenges is that if those workers are near a USDA built facility, they're still not eligible to reside. The people that are eligible to reside in our properties, USDA's properties, are refugees, asylees, those that are associated with the Immigration Act of 2000, Section 2005 or something like that. So with that, some of the changes need to happen because they do have opportunities to reside in those properties, but we found that the biggest legislation that has been done within USDA is to allow for those diminished needs. If there's a diminished need of individuals for picking a crop is available, that you can house individuals associated with that, but they have to have income levels of that of a Section 515 person. And that's still not the H-2A worker wage level. So we just want to give decent, safe, and sanitary housing to everybody that comes to pick our crop. I think that's the one benefit organizations like yourself will have with working with that. Go ahead.
I think we should have a resolution that changes the regulation to allow H-2A workers to be housed in USDA financed housing.
Workers in the area.
Well, none is diminished.
Yeah.
And no housing is part of the why.
That's right.
I'd like to further what Henry was saying, I myself worked on a project, an H-2A project I won't then name the county of Northern Virginia. And the stumbling block was specifically that, and I'm sure if I mentioned the facility, Aaron, you probably heard of it. But we were not able to match the rates, even with facilities that are US government approved. We were not able to match this particular facility happened to be housing the people who came out of Operation Pineapple in the Kabul airport. Now, I know I'm sure you know exactly what I'm talking about. And the rates that are paid by US government, the opportunity cost, the facility owner said, hey, this sounds great, we'd love to do it, but I'm making literally 5 times the amount than what we could scrape up for H-2A workers. So the whole thing became non-viable and we missed out on the entire season. And we were trying to do things correctly, but the stumbling block is housing.
That's a really good point. Yeah, I spent about 25 years working in California agriculture. And when you try to build housing for workers in Sonoma County or Napa County or anywhere in the Central Valley, good luck. You get to the Board of Supervisors and you've got everybody from the dog catcher up, saying, we don't want these people here. We don't want them in our community. And it's ridiculous. Those are the people that provide the economic activity in the community. You need them. We need them.
As a unrecovered rural housing development person, I work for Farmers Home Administration, and I worked with Henry at USDA during the Clinton administration. And it was so hard to try to build anything in any community. The resistance to having a housing, just housing. They always envisioned this as shabby. And then when it was built, because our responsibility as rural housing developers and the Rural Housing Alliance where I work was
that you made the best that you could under the circumstances because we had to meet the cost that was dictated with regard to our budget, what was budgeted. And the resistance of folks in terms of trying to build a low-income rural housing is, God, man, it was just horrendous. And then when we did, especially in the South, Sunflower County, Mississippi, the day that we got approved for a farm labor housing, I'm sorry, not self-help housing. In Sunflower County, Clanton Beeman, was the director. Cross burning. Now, nobody knew where that housing development was going to take place except USDA. Same thing in Florida, Apopka. Farm labor housing, great need, you know. The night before we broke ground, cross burning. You know, I mean, that's how it is, and it's not, and it's not just in terms of the South. It's anywhere when you try to bring some decent housing to a low-income community, there is resistance. And when you build it and they see the quality of the housing that we have to build according to the standards that are established by USDA. Beautiful. And then they complain, well, why does people get into such good housing? Look at my house. Well, you know, it's so hard to address that, but you know, you try to do the best you can under the circumstances. I mean, in terms of the H2A, there's a shortage, and we can at least a waiver. We can get at least a waiver at a minimum, because I don't know whether we can get the eliminate the entire restriction, but if we can get a waiver, if USDA has a waiver, possibility of a waiver, so please, if you wouldn't mind, you know, researching that, so and asking. Yeah, no, we need the whole thing. I mean, we need funds to be able to go out. We need housing.
May I chime in and support Rudy's thing? Just another issue and for a resolution. Rudy just mentioned the resolution that maybe should be called for, and that's a question that's very specifically a waiver. And speaking of that, one of the other problems is in planning commissions. I'll take the extreme example, San Francisco's $1.7 million toilet, right? Or the, what is it, 365,000 trash can, right? Like
You're talking about the Pentagon?
No, I'm talking, well, yeah, good. No, I'm not talking about the penalty, the toilet seats. No, I'm talking about the San Francisco public toilet and the trash can. My point is, maybe we should look closely at which specific waivers could be recommended in this resolution, because and another thing that I have to mention, since you just popped into the cannabis panel where I'm supposed to be sitting right now, we're back to another issue, and our partners at Western Fiber this ties in also with disaster housing, which we mentioned during the cannabis and hemp thing. There are methodologies there, but once again, waivers are called for. We have ways to construct safe and permanent housing. That's not trailers that are going to get moldy. That's not, you know, we have technical solutions, but the inability of the legislation, various restrictions that are of course are called for, because, you know, we have to have certain standards, right? But maybe like which waivers specifically could be addressed by this body and put into a resolution. And I don't have the expertise to define that, but I think in this room that's there. That's all I want to say.
Well, no, I'm glad you said that, because one thing about USDA is that, especially the housing, that any recommendation that's submitted to the administrator and a waiver can be offered on any regulation, but as long as it's not statutory. So the good thing about housing is that I think it's 3560 section 8, you can submit a waiver to the administrator of rural housing service for any regulation that's gonna create a challenge within your farming process to house whoever you need to house. But if it's statutory, it needs to be made a part of the Farm Bill, and that's why we're here today. So I'll have to do the research to make sure. But
Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, no, this, like I said, this is important in terms of how we're moving forward to making this the outcome for the resolution for this session.
I brought lots of quarters, so I'll keep putting them in. What do we feel about basic farmer income? And then I'm proposing this as a radical new concept of a farm program, but we could spend a lot less than we're spending subsidizing crop insurance to humongous farms if we just guaranteed every small to medium-sized farmer a basic level of income. And I bring that up in here because farmers are farm workers. That distinction is very vague to me in my reality. And you know, I would just like to see us a resolution that proposes that farmers of moderate scale are guaranteed a basic living wage.
That's not so radical. I think that it's essential, especially if, look, especially as we stand now with this climatic situation. Who's got extra money to be able to invest in what it is? I mean, you have to struggle just to keep food on the table. When you add your farm, that's going to eat up your savings. You know, especially if you know, like you know, with Administrator Ducheneau yesterday, and I proposed I could talk to William McEntee or the White House. Said, look, she's the liaison. Said, look, we need debt relief across the board, especially with small, medium-sized producers. They need some debt relief to be able to adjust to the circumstances that this climatic event has, you know, caused us to struggle to try to, you know, maintain our farm, deal with the, you know, flooding, with the drought, etc. We need at least a couple of years of where either our operations are subsidized to the degree that we're maybe able to see we can make it. We got to make it. I mean, you know, otherwise, if we don't produce, nobody eats.
Why can't we automatically waive payments on FSA loans if the income of the farm is less than $50,000 in that year, whatever the number is?
Well,
why should you have to make a payment on a loan if you can't afford to buy food for your own family?
Along those lines, just for a historical reference, in North Dakota in the 30s, they passed what was called the confiscatory price law. And what that law, and it's still on the books, what it says is that if farm prices fall below the cost of production, then the farmers in that commodity can use that. A judge has the authority to postpone foreclosure temporarily until the prices go back above the cost of production. So that was on the books in the 30s, and it's still there. And the North Dakota Supreme Court actually played it very well. It was challenged many times, and most of the lower court judges just ruled it unconstitutional, and the state Supreme Court always sent it back and said, no, it's not unconstitutional. You have to deal with it. And so what it in effect became was like a more leverage in negotiations on debt restructuring. But there is that language, and they actually, at one point during the Depression, the governor worked with the Ag Department and crunched the numbers and came out with an official cost of production for farmers that they could then use communally as a defense legally on for. So there's some language there to do it. So the concept is there, you know, so.
putting together a group of folks that are present here above and beyond our meeting here today to work and get some of this into our bill.
Rudy, before, I don't want to delay us, but I just want to get one other thought out there. So I've been working for going on 10 years now in a farmer labor dialogue around trying to launch worker farmer owned co-ops with a union contract, specifically in the hemp sector and also now in the meatpacking sector. So that would be another way. And I was talking earlier to Doug about the argument, the best argument I can make from the union perspective to farmers or on this would be if we can have transparent collective bargaining over the wages and benefits, right? That the example is we have a worker-owned co-op in Cincinnati, and when they got to the table, they had a union committee made up of worker-owned co-ops in the union, and then they had a manager who was hired by the worker-owned board of directors. And in the negotiations, the manager his job was to make sure that the company remained viable, and then the union committee was, even though some of them were worker owners, not all, because not all the workers are going to want to become worker owners. But their job was to negotiate the contract from the best perspective of the worker. And one of the first issues that came up was healthcare, right? That of course the workers wanted healthcare, but they only had like 7 worker owners at that point. So the manager just opened the books and said, look, here's the margins and here's what a healthcare premium is. We can't afford the healthcare. And at that point, the union was able to come in and say, well, if that's the case, we collectively bargain for better healthcare rates. So what we can do as a stopgap measure is to offer our plan to the workers at a pretty good discount over anything you're going to get individually on the Obamacare thing. So the point being is that issue was resolved equitably in the face of small to thin to non-existent margins. And if you can resolve these issues, because we're going to be facing thin to non-existent margins for quite some time, if we can use transparent collective bargaining to resolve that with farmers and workers in the ownership, and then that's going to give us a competitive advantage over other employers who don't do that, who want to, that the workers know they're not going to get screwed, right? That they're not being screwed. So if they know that, even though they're not getting the healthcare, they're going to be more motivated to work. And then the other piece of the puzzle that we bring to the table, which is a huge need in this labor shortage, for example, in meat cutting, there are hardly any skilled meat cutters left. So so what we can do is we can partner with employers under the labor laws with a union employer, and that we can create a trust that can receive grants from the Department of Labor that would pay for the development of the curriculum of the apprenticeship, and then B, whatever employer participates and makes their in a meatpacking plant, their plant available for the training, they would also get us, like in this case, one of the grants we had in Minnesota was $6,000 subsidy to the employer per employee trained. So that package could, when you're out competing for workers in your operation, and you can offer those workers a transparent collective bargaining with a fair contract, that with a career ladder to more highly skilled positions, then you're going to create a stable workforce, a professional stable workforce that's going to give that business a competitive advantage over someone else who's going to go out and try to find the cheapest workers they can find and get away with it or whatever they can get it. So I just wanted to get that out there. That's a major priority for right now. We've had discussions with Farmers Union, with Rudy and others for quite a while. We're really close in some places to get it over. We haven't quite got it. So that would be another one.
Yes, so, well, I know we have some staff here that can help us to put together this, and but Brianna, would you mind taking the lead in terms of helping us to kind of summarize and put a proposal together? Yeah. Well, if you can get, yeah, appreciate that, if you would help us do that.
You know, you brought up something that's very important, it's Farm Bill, and it's coming. And one of the differences we're going to have is we're going to have a different Congress. I think we're pretty darn likely to have a Republican House. Not sure what we're going to have in the Senate. Still kind of close to be 50-50, but and that's going to change the nature of that Farm Bill, because every Farm Bill I've lobbied and worked on, when you get into the nuts and bolts, you have some folks that just say, get rid of everything. Folks on the other side, no, we got to keep everything and add more to it. And then they try to use food stamps as a bargaining chip, and try to cut out nutrition programs for families and children out of the Farm Bill. And it needs to stay in, because that's the only way, frankly, in my opinion, that agriculture is able to move it.
80% of the money goes to,
So get out and vote.
Yeah, first of all,
Also, I think it's also essential that when we go before the Congress, that we go as who we are here, because that is important for the unity or the consensus that we present to our elected officials. As a collectively, we deliberated this, we discuss it, we have these issues. Let's make sure that not to breach this consensus that we are building here, because otherwise, we'll get split down, like, Michael so eloquently stated, trying to take out to create that division so that we know the farmers, both sides get screwed ultimately.
can we resolve that the organization is opposed to splitting the Farm Bill?
So moved. Yes, second?
Rudy, I would commit, if somebody would take an initial stab at that draft, I'd certainly be willing to give my input from our perspective. And I'm hoping Mark might be able to do the same, because I think that would be really powerful to try to at least find, we have some areas of consensus here. And we're like, yeah.
So what might logistically be best, and I don't know what arrangement you have with your volunteer note takers, but if we could we have the emails of the folks that attended the session. If we could get the notes to start, I have notes, I'm sure lots of us do. I have some of the resolutions that I heard and that were graciously underlined passed to me. So if we can get the notes, then I can help lead the work on parsing out, we had, looks like these couple, and then folks can, engage as they're able or interested, but yeah. Yeah, if we get the notes to the group, then I think we can start, that'll be a good starting place.
You guys can get together, do that, and Henry's on staff, and help us with the housing.
Hey, Rudy, also before we break, I just wanted to announce, I've got a 2-page fact sheet here on the Seasonal Worker Solidarity Act by Representative Castro from Texas that we put together. And this outlines our position on the H-2B. And again, we know that not everybody's going to necessarily agree with everything, but at least we've taken that's where we're at on this trying to answer some of these questions. And yeah.
And Dennis, you've given a lot of good historical and some more recent references. So I think whenever we get that, coordination of the group, we get the email, get us on an email with the notes. It would be great to have some of the references that you've made just as background so we can see, the North Dakota reference. And I think that'll be really useful in going forward as well.
Yeah, that would be great. If we can insert that into the Farm Bill. That would be great. Okay, let me introduce my executive assistant is Ana Mejia. Anything that any of you need with regard to me or the organization, Ana is the person. You know, I think most of you, because I'm sure she does big with a lot of you. Oh, she's very good. Very, very good. Yeah. Okay.
Just to explain to people who maybe weren't here earlier, my first opening remarks were about, this is on the H-2B program, not the H-2A program. So this is the non-agricultural worker, but there is overlap now with that. So this is our attempt at trying to bridge that gap.
Excellent. Okay, I think that concludes, I think. Yeah, no, no, I think it was,
For me, thank you. I was like, definitely. Thank you for coming. I'm like, all my people are here. You guys have a wonderful day. We're gonna have lunch. We're gonna have afternoon session.
you don't know that, our sessions have been, a little bit light. And actually, Gloria Romero is primarily responsible for this lesson. They're just breaking up the notes right now. So we have a little bit of time before, when we started, maybe about 10 minutes or so. Okay. If you want to, yeah, but I'm going to try to get Gloria. We'll probably have you,
Jennifer Muskrat, from the Hickory Imagination. Yeah. I used to talk with everybody. Wonderful discussion and looking forward. I think there's 4 of us, right? Yeah. Or you can stand up. It's very interesting. I was a moderator for another, all of our sessions are repeat. So, I don't know exactly how, people can come in and they speak and they walk in and it's really kind of dry. Your agenda. Basically, one of the Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, muskrat variety. Yeah.
Check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Room Rio Bosque 1 2.
Just for the sake of Zoom, we will have to speak into the microphone. I'm going to leave them off for now, but you just turn them on. The red light indicates that they're on, and you're talking so everyone can hear. It's just
Okay, okay, so we just hand the mic down the row?
yeah. Oh no, you don't even have to turn it over. Yeah.
Said it's on. So 1 2.
Testing, testing.
with some horrible jokes while we wait. So I apologize ahead of time, but she asked me to. Well, I guess if we're opening up with some jokes, there's an old a joke that one of my uncles who has passed on always used to tell. And there was once a Pueblo, an Apache, and a Navajo. And they were sitting on the train going up to the narrow gauge up to Denver, which goes through Chama and those parts. And they were sitting there and they didn't get anything to eat for the passage up to Denver. It was a long way. And there was one piece of buffalo jerky that they had between the three of them. And they said, we're on this long way. How are we going to decide who gets the buffalo jerky? The Pueblo, the Navajo, or the Apache? So the Pueblo says, I have an idea. We're going to race for it. And then the Navajo says, how are we going to race for it? We're on a train. And then the Pueblo says, we're going to race for it in our mind. And we're going to see who goes the farthest and comes back for that buffalo jerky. And the Apache's sitting there between the two, and he says, okay, let's try this. So they all lay there, and then they wake up, and then the Pueblo goes first, and he says, I went as far in my dreams as the moon. You know, I should win that buffalo jerky. And then the Pueblo, the Navajo looks at the Pueblo and says, no, I went further. I went to the sun and back. And then the Apache looks at both of them and says, you guys were so far gone, I just ate the buffalo jerky. So there's a bad joke about the buffalo jerky. Here you go, Gloria.
Thank you, Miss Jennifer. We're waiting on Governor Conchelo, but we'll get started. Maybe he'll still come in late or something. I don't know, but we have here with us today Edward Lucero of Isleta Pueblo, Miss Jennifer Muscat Velarde of the Hickory Apache in Dulce, New Mexico, and Mr. Lionel, am I saying your name right? Husky, or is it Lionel? Lionel, okay, like Lionel, okay. Navajo Agricultural Products Industries. And I'm Gloria Castillo. I live in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I'm a member of Nación Cahuilteca out of San Antonio, Texas. In English, that would be Cahuilteca Nation. We are a non-federally recognized tribe. Our roots, just very briefly, is that Cahuilteca is the name of the region that the Spanish, when the Spanish first came, and it refers to Cahuil, refers to Cahuila, Mexico, and Teca is the original Nahua language for Texas. So that's where the name Texas comes from. I'll be your moderator today, but I want to go ahead and start the panel discussions. It's my understanding that we had some specific questions we asked the panelists to maybe address, but since I'm the moderator, I give you permission to talk about whatever you want to talk about, because the wisdom of the indigenous people and I was going to say our elders, but I think I'm the oldest one, so it's like let's not go there. So I want you all to get started. And Mr. Lucero, if you would like to give us some background about yourself. We'll have about 15 minutes for each panelist, or if you want it to be a little bit shorter to allow for question and answer, for questions from the audience, I would prefer that because I want to have some interaction with the audience. So let's get started. Oh, is it? Yeah. Okay.
So, good afternoon all, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this panelist. My name is Edward Lucero. Edward, a lot of people call me Fernando. These are the older guys, older people, because when I first went to school, that was back in the 1950s, I did not know how to speak English. So when the teacher asked me, what do you want to be called? I said to them, hey, you. My mother explained to me that no, that I have another name, and I had a very difficult time. So it turns out that the name is Fernando. So the teacher at that time, Mrs. De Gracio, she selected that name Fernando for me. And that's what the people that know me from way back when, that's what they call me. So anyway, my background here is I've been around cows and the range, tribal rangeland. It seems like all my life. I might have been maybe 4 years old. And I just took a liking to cattle. And so that's my primary interest. And I've been around the range for, well, it seems like all my life. And even though, I'll make it quick. Even though I went to high school, and at that time in the 60s, Native Americans were being channeled into vocational trades. So I was learned mechanics, auto mechanics, welding, and agriculture, because we are good at working with our hands, and that's true. And after I was discharged from the service, I decided to go to college. And even though I was not college prep, I decided to major in range management. And I guess I really took to that subject and I understood everything that the professors would talk about. And I excelled in range management. And I managed to graduate. And it was a hiring freeze on, so I came back home and started working as a welder again. And then, make a long story short, I cut my my range profession. I cut my teeth with the USDA Soil Conservation Service. It was that was a predecessor to Natural Resource Conservation Service. And then I resigned, and I was my duty location was in Gallup. I resigned, came home, came back to Weldon, and got laid off, and decided to apply for a job in Navajo. And I was selected, and I worked it seemed like about 10 years with the Navajo Hopi settlement program with the Navajo partition lands. And I was fortunate, I finally got hired at the Laguna Agency, worked there 2 years, and then I was hired as a regional rangeland management specialist for the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Altogether, I think I got about over 33 years of experience in range management, and I've been on all the Indian reservations in New Mexico and the 2 up in Colorado. So in regards to my operation, I have my brand. Prior to 1962, the Pueblo was, tribal members were running cattle under what they called a traditional system. We did not need grazing permits. So there were some very large producers that had a lot of cows. And in 1962, the Bureau of Indian Affairs put the Pueblo under a grazing permit system. And I was given a permit as a minor. And I guess right here is a good transition point. What was the biggest challenge that I ever faced? And that challenge was holding on to a grazing permit. For whatever reason, as I grew older, after when I came home from the service, the governing body would, well, they told me to get rid of my cows. But it didn't happen that way. So I grazed livestock for about 20 years without a permit. And when they found out, well, make a long story short, I'm still around. Although the way things go sometimes, you know, I did have to sell out my entire herd one time and, because of vandalism. I went through that experience, but after everything settled down, I went to the sale barn and I repurchased additional more cattle. So anyways, that was my biggest challenge, was acquiring a grazing permit. And I think finally in 1985, I think I did manage to get a permit. So I was legitimized. And then the second biggest challenge that we face is has to do with water, the provision of livestock water. And water can be used as a leverage if you're grazing on a reservation, because tribal governing bodies can withhold that water, or at least when the wells go down, then for whatever reason, you can't get your wells repaired. And but the way we handled that situation was, I don't know, it was a blessing. But we used to haul water, it's like 40 to 58 miles round trip, 1,000 gallons at a time. And that was very inefficient. And it just seemed like a 4,000 gallon water tanker truck fell out of the sky. And I hauled a lot of water with that truck, 4,000 gallons, which was a lot better. And finally, I guess the politics changed. And so I'm still around, we're still around. Just don't give up. I'm not sure if you want me to move into the second question.
That will be fine. That will be fine.
Move on to the second question.
Yes, you can have, yes, you have additional time.
All right. Oh, I see. Okay, so cheat sheet here. So what are the opportunities I see in the future? Well, regarding our operations, range livestock operations, all of the permit holders here at Isleta, they graze their livestock, their cattle in common within a range unit. And that means that you might have a number of permit holders, maybe 6 or 7, and all of those 6 or 7 permit holders are within a designated area of land called a range unit. So within our range unit, then I think that we definitely have opportunities for improvement. And one of those, I wrote them down here, would be, I guess, to establish a 90-day breeding season. And also something new and different will be vaccinating the calves before the marketing time. And I guess what is really important is paying more attention to the breeding sire selections. And then the fourth item I would like to see happen is running a herd of all Black Angus cattle. And these items or the activities, they can really, it's not difficult to move into them. It just takes a little more time, a little more management. So, and then.
No, I'm not cutting you off. I just have a question, because I know that for some of the stock owners in the South Valley, since the Oñate feed store burnt down, what, a year ago or something like that, we've had a lot of difficulty getting feed for the animals. How do you all at the Pueblo, or are you guys having the same problem? Having having an affordable and steady supply of feed other than to augment the grazing.
Well, now we go to Tractor Supply. A lot of us, when it comes to feed, like protein supplements or salt blocks, that type of stuff, or grains to fatten cattle up. And my source is Tractor Supply in Bosque Farms. And however, I do miss the operation that was not the feed. And
Also, in my personal work, because I live in the South Valley, you know, back in 2008, before the real estate market fell in 2008, there was a lot of pressure from developers to take the water that we hold in common. Personally, where I live, we're the last water hole before it goes to the Pueblo. We're at the very end of the delivery system before the acequia goes on to the Pueblo. And so we joined with the Pueblo and the priority water holders to protect the water, because at that time developers were going to the legislature trying to change the priority system so that they could take the water by eminent domain for commercial and real estate properties. And I want to mention that as an example of how our communities worked together and have continued to work together to be stewards of the natural resources in the South Valley, because Albuquerque is growing, and there's a lot, and there's therefore increased pressure for the land and the water. And for the life of me, I cannot understand how anywhere these subdivisions are getting approved when the water is fully allocated and there is no extra water. Do you have any opinions about, do you have an opinion about that, sir?
well, my opinion on that matter is that, of course, we do have expanding populations, a lot of population growth. And I've really thought about what goes on in that regard. And it's not a bad word, but politicians, you know, they want to see urban areas expand. They want to bring in more people to increase the tax base. And once you have a lot of industry, a lot of people working, then that increases the tax base. They pay more taxes into the cities, municipalities. And with those tax dollars, they can build a quality of life. And every time a human being is born, then they begin using water. And a lot of workshops that I attended in the past, in New Mexico, we all agree that New Mexico is a dry state. And where is the water going to come from? It's going to come from agriculture. That's my opinion.
I concur, because that was our experience too, that they, you know, that the attitude of the companies that wanted to access the agricultural water, their attitude was that agriculture and farming, that's like so last century. It's like, and when we ask them where do you think our food supply should come from, they said, oh, we'll import it from Mexico. That was their answer, which we thought was not a very good answer. But I want to save time for the audience too, so we'll go on to Jennifer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Danjoshike, ashishitike. Greetings, my relatives and relations. Bienvenido a Nuevo Mexico and the third annual National Latino Farmers and Ranchers Congress. I'm super duper excited to be with all of you today. I join you all from the Hickory Apache Nation here in northern New Mexico, and I am a generational rancher and farmer as well. And I'm very excited to speak with all of you today on the importance of fostering Native American alliances, as well as the importance of food systems and addressing these very real situations with distribution that we face. In keeping with the questions asked from the National Latino Farmers and Ranchers Congress, with what biggest challenges for your company or organization as it relates to Native American alliances and food systems. And I'm really appreciative of the perspective that you gave, as it is something that is shared. On the Hickory Apache Reservation, we've dealt with very similar issues generationally when it comes to ranching and farming, as well as access to our water. In 1967, we were actually site of Project Plowshare, which was an intentional means to find peaceful uses of nuclear weapons, a peaceful way of disposal to increase oil and gas fracking. And our nation has been known to aggressively invest in that industry. And that actually started long before I came. And I always stress that I'm generational, as this is something that is continuing, and it's something that we still face today with a lot of these industries. My grandmother, who ranched for her lifetime down on the southern part of the Hickory Apache Reservation near Lindrith, New Mexico, was famous for meeting the BIA with the shotgun when it came to water for her livestock, water for the ranch, and water for those lives over the water that was going to be used for those industries. I think some of the biggest challenges that we collectively face nowadays is a term that I actually use as presentism. We're looking at society through a historical perspective, looking back. So in many ways, we make judgments on the history that has been had, when in many ways, we did not experience that. And I think that this is an important aspect to acknowledge, especially when we embrace the truth. And the truth is, especially here in New Mexico, we have had a long alliance with all people. I come from the Hickory Apache Nation, and our traditional name is the Hoshtayan, those who first collectively emerged. And we're known as the Inde, part of the larger Athabascan. And the translation of Inde means the people. When we use the word Pueblo, for instance, Pueblo of Isleta, we also understand that to mean the people of Isleta. When you go down into Mexico, even where the Inde and the Apaches were known to roam, we knew no colonial borders. Yes, we did not. And even when you go down into Mexico, you'll often see por el pueblo, for the people. And at that heart, we are the people. And we have a shared legacy of stewardship that goes back for generations. We've seen through history that there has been a shift in that, especially with the urbanization of the 1950s. But each of us, regardless of our ancestry, regardless of what side of the ocean your ancestors may have come from, they may have even come straight from the land that we understand as the Americas, which extends actually beyond the United States. The term Native America actually comes from the word Amarasique, which is a Mayan word, and that means country of winds. And we really are. We are a country of winds. You know, we see how wind plays an integral part in our seed exchange. They play an integral part in these regenerative systems that we need to look towards. And here on the Jicarilla, with the focus, with my intentional focus, is fostering those traditional regenerative systems that we once had. You know, my parents, my father was Cherokee, actually, from the Tsalagi, and he was actually born during the Great Depression. My mother grew up during the 1950s and was a boarding school survivor as well. And there's a striking instance in everything that they had as a family was grown. Everything came from that. When you went to go get a job, a lot of these family farms were held up by the grandparents. And I'm sure many of you guys can share going to your grandparents and those memories of having food, of having shelter, of having warmth. And that is my focus, was creating more of that, not only on the individual level, but on the community level, as well as the global level, because we need to start addressing this. You know, many people forget that the Americas are actually home to over 60% of the world's palate known today. Think of that. And a lot of these plants were specifically endemic to the Americas. Endemic meaning they were only known to be here until they came pre-Columbian times, right? Indian food made up of potatoes, tomatoes, Italian food. You could not make a pizza had that not occurred. You need the corn in the dough. You need the tomatoes for the sauce, right? Even the French fry. We wouldn't have had McDonald's if it wasn't for the indigenous peoples. I mean, half of Britain wouldn't have their culinary dish of fish and chips. The Irish wouldn't have had the potato had it not been for the relationship and the alliance specifically made with the 5 civilized tribes of the Tsalagi people who my father comes from. My great great auntie, actually, Ruth Bronson Muskrat, was instrumental as well in creating that alliance during the Irish famine. We have had a global perspective for generations. And when we come and we speak about land stewardship and that legacy, I call on every single person, no matter where you're from. We are people. We are collectively facing a very real situation with climate change. You cannot argue with a farmer that climate change isn't occurring. I'm sorry. That's one of the first questions we always ask. How's the weather? That was one of the first questions you asked me, right? How is the weather? Because we depend on the weather. You know, where we live right on the continental divide with this diverse region right here where it's on that line. You know, we get weather extremes, and to be honest with you, I haven't experienced a drought since I was about maybe 5 or 6 years old. It's been 30 some odd years since this drought has hit us. It's impacting us. It's impacting us hard, you know, and when we also think of creating these food systems, there's also always a force to go to the extreme of with farming with Well, we just want to focus on plants. You know, as we're growing and we're thinking about creating food systems, we need to move away from monolithic agriculture. We need to adopt the traditional indigenous biodiversity that existed. We could not have provided all of the sources for food had we not often. And I encourage all for your ranches, pollinate, create those pollinators, plant your sunflower seeds. We were visiting on the Jicarilla. We're known for our wildlife. We're known for some of the best deer and elk hunting in northern New Mexico. And it's a collective management. It's a collective management effort. You know, even to move away, I hear a lot, I come to these conventions and people are like, well, you know, the darn elk and deer are eating my gardens. Use traditional plants. We have what we call the cloche ojaji, which means the child's plant. That's the daffodil, the dandelion, you know, the ones that everybody remembers blowing as a child. That's one of the specific things that we use even in our hunting. Those animals love those plants. Those are great pollinators to even keep other critters away from your gardens. Keep them, use those traditional methods. And with your livestock, you know, everybody should be growing. Everybody. It doesn't matter even if you live in an apartment. Every single person should be growing at this point if we are to mitigate, not end climate change, mitigate, because that's how far gone we are in that direction, where we need to all be actively mitigating in every single space globally. And we need to be focused, especially, and this has come after the pandemic, and this also has come after some of the economic crashes that we've experienced here in the US. You know, many people forget that our economy has been having some rough times even back in 2008. You know, many people forget that, but it shouldn't take these drastic events for people to see. You know, we need to be feeding people, even from a market, from a capitalist perspective, right? I've studied socioeconomic development for years, right? One of your inputs that we even have in that market is, can anybody name it? Your labor, right? You care about your workers. That is one of the most primary economic inputs that there are. If you're not taking care of your worker, you're not getting that job done. And an integral part of that is the nutritional aspect. You know, my grandmother and my father, I used to ask, well, how could you even get things done during the Depression when you didn't have any money? How? Well, we fed our workers. My grandmother, that I spent many years when it came down for branding, for instance, Brandon's hard work. It's dangerous work. But what did we always feed them? We always fed them all those meals, and we kept people warm. And at the end of the day, that's what people are looking for. And if we actually address climate issues, but also our markets, by creating viable solutions to these. I am a big proponent of hemp. Hemp is indigenous to the Americas. That you can find right here, just down over by Albuquerque, evidence they unearthed a 10,000-year-old turkey down jacket made out of hemp. 10,000-year-old. Can you imagine using that fiber for our people, for clothing today, for building materials? You know, and when we even think about irrigation, here there was the discussion about the water. Albuquerque, all of these fields right here in the bosque used to be filled with farms. And now we see all of these monsoon rains coming, and what does everybody see? Huge rivers going through Albuquerque and Rio Rancho with all of this water. And every single farmer is like, catch the dang water. Because you know what used to exist there? Ranchers and farms. That whole strip, all of Rio Rancho, used to be nothing but ranches and farms. So we need to move back to that. And we need to address these concisely and holistically. And remember that we all have a part in that legacy. We all have a part in that stewardship. So.
Thank you, Jennifer. We'll move on to Mr. Haskey so that we can hope to have a few minutes at the end for questions and answers from the audience. If there's any. Thank you, Mr. Lionel Haskey.
Good
Navajo
afternoon.
of the Navajo Nation.
Thank you, Laura and Jennifer. Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference and being a panelist here. I know Leonard Salgado. He's actually a good friend of mine, and he's very influential in the hemp production and cannabis production from our relations to NAPI. And so that's how I made it into the Rio Grande, apparently, was through Leonard. My name is Lionel Haskey. I'm the Navajo from Four Corners area. I work in the Colorado River Basin. So the water we use is New Mexico water, allocated water. And the allocations of water for the project I work at in the Four Corners comes off of the New Mexico water appropriations. I think it's 0.8 million acre foot of water that the state gets. And the project I work on is Navajo Indian Irrigation Project. That project takes about 0.5 million acre foot of water from that 0.8. And the balance of that, a portion of the balance of that remaining water flows through a transcontinental diversion structure called the San Juan Chama diversion. And it pipes water from the Colorado River Basin into the Rio Grande Basin to augment the flows in the state so the state can fulfill its water requirements with all the states it shares waters with, Texas and also interstate with Mexico. Colorado River Basin has the same issue. So I work in that basin. That's my world. And my background is I'm an engineer, civil engineer. I've been working my way up the river, started down in Los Angeles, building communities and a lot of land development. As you guys noted, yes, tax revenues are very important until food runs out or until energy is short. And then we forget that we need to slow down on consuming so much. So following the river up the system, started down in Los Angeles and made my way to Las Vegas and worked on the Colorado River. They called it the Lake Mead River Mountains Water Treatment Facilities located right there in Henderson. At that time, Las Vegas was a small little town. Still, this is the late 90s, mid 90s. But there were a lot of subdivisions there. I think it's grown probably 5 times that size since the 90s. Same with the Southern California. And all of it is attributed to the water, to the abundancy of water and the abundancy of inexpensive electricity. So I made my way to there and worked there as a construction engineer, and we built some intakes from the Lake Mead and we piped it into the city. And those intakes are now exposed, the intakes that I worked on in those years. And I heard that the Southern Nevada Water Authority built another intake, a third one. So now they can bring more water into the city and continue to do so. So I think I started my professional career in those 2 areas, working as an engineer. And eventually I needed to go home. The recession is what took me back to the Navajo Nation. And my folks, they sent me away when I was younger. I went to boarding school. So I always enjoyed going home. And I'll remember it as it was when I was a kid. It was very vibrant, the Navajo Nation back in the 80s. There was a lot of business growing. And then we had a government reform in the 89 time period, and our government changed. And it's been very difficult. And I'm going to move on to these challenges eventually. But I came home and I realized that the landscape was different, but all these pieces and parts of the nation, smack dab right in the middle of the Colorado River Basin, half of the Navajo Nation, or portion of it, is on the upper basin and a portion is on the lower basin. And the Navajo Indian irrigation project is on the upper basin. So I was hired there about 12 years ago in the Farmington, the town of Farmington. I came out from the city, and it was a different lifestyle to see people freely driving high emitting tractors and trucks and farm life. And we're bringing tons and tons of UAN, and UAN is the fertilizer. It's urea, ammonia nitrates. It's created from fossil fuel, from natural gas out of Louisiana and Amarillo. So we transport that to this remote location out in the Four Corners area. And we mix it in with our water. We have soil there, just a media, and a lot of land. And then we grow crop. So I came to there. I thought it was going to be a simple job, just, and when I hear alliance, it gave me a bigger version of what an alliance was when I got to that farm, because that farm was meant to bring the whole region together for food production. It came from the combination of the state and the Navajo Nation and the U.S. congressmen of the 50s and 60s leadership to develop that production farm up there. It has a large quantity of water rights. It has a large quantity of energy, has a lot of land, and there's plenty of people, but the people lack skills. So moving into the challenges that I face today, being an engineer, and I work in the executive management group of my company. I have a CEO that I report to. We have a production officer that works over the crops and the crop production. And then we have a bean counter CFO that kind of oversees everybody. But I work a little bit of both. I work a little bit on the farm to build granaries and food storages and build new fields. And then I work on the federal side. So the Navajo Indian Irrigation Project, as you may or may not know, it's a federally owned project. It's very similar to other federally owned projects like the San Juan Chama that serves the entire community along the Rio Grande. And then the former Navajo Generating Station was also a federal project. These policies were built decades ago by different leadership, and we still operate them today. And so those policies, they got a lot of spider webs on them. And I know we still operate them today, and they conflict with a lot of our current initiatives to decarbonize. Our entire human system conflicts with today's decarbonization. We take out fossil fuel, and then we're looking at food shortages. And we're seeing our prices for fertilizer triple in the last 3 years. It's unknown whether or not there's going to be quantities available next year. So those are the current challenges, policy challenges. And when I talk about policy challenges, it could be policy related to energy. Decarbonization is one thing. Policy related to drought. I mean, we all live in a desert. That's a reality. But the cities don't believe that they live in a desert. Those cities transplanted mentally from the east, where water is abundant, it seems like. And that same culture exists in these big cities. And we feed them. The farm that I work at is an industrial farm. It's a massive 75,000 acre of production farm. And it conflicts with our cultural values as well, because we grow grain. We grow GMO grain. We grow alfalfa. We also even grow organics because we still have that obligation to continue our culture. And so our leadership, we have to work with our leadership. We're not an independent private company. So we're not an arm's length from our government. We're right in the middle of them. And so being diplomatic is the highest level of requirement for this job. Even though personally I disagree with most of the policies that are out there, I still have to operate as an obligated engineer to practice and keep communities safe. So the challenges that we face today with this industrial sized farm that feeds communities in this basin and the other basin, primarily the Southwest basin. Our food supplies go into the dairy industries down here, Rio Doso. We send down alfalfa into southeastern New Mexico, into Texas, Arizona. That keeps our beef industry going, our dairy industry. We send grain down to New Mexico or Arizona for the poultry and egg farms. We send grains down to Snowflake for swine production, for our bacon. So all this is pipelined through our food systems today. We're a very remote farm. We're far from any rail line, about 90 miles. So everything is trucked, either through 550 corridor or the 491 corridor. But nonetheless, transportation is one of our challenges. Water is our challenge, not the quality of the water, because we're right on the foothills of the Colorado River. So the quality of the water is much better than the quality downstream in Phoenix. We feel sometimes for those growers down there because they come up and see our water, and we don't have to make amendments to our water. We don't have to fear our water as they do now because they're challenged with salinity issues. Fertilizer, the lack thereof, policies that deny the production of fertilizer, that are now promoting that we generate fertilizer through alternative methods, green methods, very expensive, high skill required methods. And that's the future that we're looking forward to. I look forward to that. Now, another challenge we have is our skilled labor force. I was born in the 70s, and I still feel very young. I feel like I'm gonna always feel young, just like I'm sure everyone here. And because I kind of stayed in this one's, I stopped at a certain age. I don't remember when mentally, and I kind of feel still connected to that age. So sometimes I probably don't say the right words, be fear of being canceled, so I try to watch what I say nowadays. But going back to the youth today, I work with a lot of younger people now. A lot of the younger engineers that I have, they're very different from the engineers I worked with just a decade ago. The millennials that were born in the 80s, very different. Majority of the work culture today it's not geared to the farm production requirements as well as we once had. At one time, there wasn't a worry for new employees, especially engineers, that come in and not want to work. They wanted to work all the time. They couldn't wait to get into the workforce and earn. And today's labor force is a little different. They little need to be coddled. They need to be incentivized. And everything has to be fair. And it's very difficult to get that motivation now. So we're dealing with the cultures, and that's not a Navajo culture issue. I think that's just an American culture issue. The phone has made its way into our lives to that extent, and we're also dealing with that. seeds, agriculture seed. An opportunity on one hand, and then a challenge for us on the other hand. So one of the things is we import our seeds, just like our fertilizer. So our seeds also have a cost to them. And then they're not very safe seeds either, because they're grown in places that have a lot of invasive disease. And we don't want to bring those diseases to our farm because it's a remote location, protected on the east side by Highway 550, on the west side. It's really the Navajo mine that's there. So we're really protected. We have the northern boundary, it's a bluff, southern boundary, it's just it's a national forest, I believe, a desert national forest, Bisti National Forest, I think they call. So we're protected. It reduces and minimizes a lot of the diseases that come in from outside. However, it is still an ecosystem now. And if you guys ever drive to Farmington, you'll see this huge ecosystem. You'll see elk, you'll see bear, even wolves and cats, because we are growing their food as well. And then we have so much water and we're trying to manage it, and we're growing other invasive species. So that's one of our other challenges. We create this ecosystem out there that we have to manage now. And so we have wildlife that impact our production. We have new invasive species that are coming around, and we're right next to the river system. So that could spread down into the Colorado River. Those are the challenges. And as everyone sees, the challenges, economics are always a big thing, and scale. It's easy to have a small 5-acre farm, but when you have a 5,000-acre farm or a 50,000-acre farm, you have to operate it not by humans anymore, because it becomes mechanical at that point. And so when we think about trying to make an impact with growing safe foods like organics, we have an organic production line, about 2,000 acres. We started at about 100 acres about 5 years ago. Very disastrous. Lack of skill, just the lack of strategy against wild invasive weeds. All of that. The technology was manageable because it's very expensive. You buy it and you buy everything with it. You buy the people, and they want to be around there to provide the services. So the equipment was fine. It was really just the unknowns. Like, we didn't know that the skill level required for growing organic is pretty high. Even to take that food, process it, and move it into market. We've gotten to learn the certification processes of all these organic certifications within the state. We move a lot of organic crops now, but it did take a long time for us to get to that level. And one thing I can tell that is going to be very difficult going forward is it's very difficult to scale to the sizes that we need to support the communities that we have, the populations that we have in our neighboring cities, and the growth that's anticipated in those neighboring cities. And so to keep up with that, and to try to balance this ecosystem that we create around our farms, we're only looking at bringing in higher skill workers, getting the lower skill workers attention that they need to become higher skill workers, so we can all address these problems together. We all know our farm because we worked around there and we know the challenges. So those are some of the things that our leadership is working on now. We've tied in our mission to include conservation practices, being better stewards of the land. And some of those stewardship practices that we promote include, well, it starts off with our vision and our company culture, moving down into what part do we steward? We steward our soil. There's a lot of stewardship that goes into our soil. We have a laboratory facility on our farm. So we test our soils. to make sure that our soils, our pH levels are adequate. The alkalinity levels are manageable. We can trace them to where they start and begin mitigating them. So there's a lot of work that goes into our soil media, a lot of work that goes into our water quality. And when I talk about water quality and flow testing, we have about 90 wells that we pull water from around our farm. We pull water from Navajo Lake down to Utah boundary, 7 locations. This is all required to protect 2 endangered fishes in the San Juan River. These studies are done annually, and these reports are submitted to the Fish and Wildlife so we can continue to produce crops. So these water levels are checked, and we have to check our water chemistry, the chemistry going back into the river. So fish conservation projects along the river have a goal that they can hit. And so we've been working with them to reduce salinity levels. We're not the only contributors of deep percolation to the river. We got mining industry, we got natural gas production in the area. All those industries contribute to the flows of that river. So we tend to take our practices seriously. Now, we're not the best at it, but it is quite a large farm. So that deals with our soil and our water. Moving on into our energy is something new. Going back to policy. So policy for us is always a threat. It could be a good opportunity, or it could be a threat. It just depends on I guess who's in Washington. Some members of the U.S. tend to invest in communities, Native American communities, more so than others, and policies that they create tend to do that. And we're very fortunate right now that we have some policies that we're going to be leveraging to begin developing our own fertilizer. You look at our Four Corners area, we have a lot of right-of-way. We have a lot of federal land. There's going to be fuel moving through these right-of-ways eventually. And so we're going to get ahead of that to try to generate our own fertilizer. We also want to generate our own energy. We have a lot of sunlight, but that sunlight's not 24/7. So we have to figure out what to do at nighttime to generate. So those are the kind of things that we're looking at with the lands that we have. We don't have very much fuel other than sunlight and soil. We don't have coal. We don't have natural gas. Well, we have natural gas below us, about 6,000 or 7,000 feet. We're not in the oil and gas production industry. So as far as generating energy, I think we're looking more to generating hydrogen. And so our plan is to move into the 21st century is to reevaluate that large hydroponic farm. The Nappy farm is similar to a hydroponic farm. If you guys haven't seen it, it's about 260,000 acres, which is larger than Manhattan, much larger than Manhattan, I believe. And it sits up on this plateau. And right below the plateau is the San Juan River. And so our water source comes from Navajo Lake. We have about a 40-mile conveyance system that takes water from Navajo Lake to our farm. And you have this large farm on the plateau, and about 12 feet below the surface is an impervious rock layer. And so our challenge is just that water. We can't just irrigate because that water comes up and it takes out our farmland. So this hydroponic farm has to be managed properly. And it took us 30 years to realize that. I mean, this farm was developed in the 70s. 30 years later, we find out finally that there's a biological opinion about this thing. We need to manage our water. We need to do a better job managing the lands and so forth. And so now from 2000 to 2022, 20 years. It's taken about 20 years to get this company and its leadership within the Navajo Nation government to begin to see the farm for what it is. It's not your typical farm because it's a farm in the desert. It has no fertilizing capability for the soil. It's just sand and clay. There's no other nutrients in it. So we have to input everything. And now we're beginning to learn that this is our farm and this is how it operates. We still have a lot more work to do and definitely a lot more money to spend. But one thing I can look forward to is that we have a lot more new people. And we have a lot more new faces, and they're not all Navajo people. We've learned that our skills come from different backgrounds, whether they're from the Isleta tribe, Apache, Navajo, our Latino brothers and sisters, our non-Navajo, they all work at NAPI now. We have other water users that grow food there now. We have the chipper potatoes there. I know that there's been some philosophical discussions about the future. And one of the things that I get challenged about some of these other water users is the challenge of making the money, making revenue versus doing something right in the desert. And one thing and the example I was going to use is this. We have an opportunity to grow our chipper potatoes. So it means we're going to grow more chips, potato chips. And for the business, for the bean counters, for our CEO and the leadership, the revenues are perfect for them. The optics show that the company is performing because it's earning. But is it really doing the right thing by growing more potato chips in the desert where there's no water? You know? So we get challenges like that. Eventually, I think we'll end up making the right decision as long as the right people with the right goals are there sharing and discussing and dialoguing. And I think we tend to hit and miss a lot with our farm. If anybody knows the NAPI farm, we've made a lot of promises to our leadership, our U.S. government leadership and our Navajo Nation government leadership. And those promises aren't forgotten. And I kind of see that some of these opportunities, especially with chipper potatoes, come up. Maybe it's a sign that we got to fulfill some of those old promises that we made. So I'll leave you all with that. It's very wonderful to share a little bit about the NAPI farm today with you all. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much. I just want to acknowledge everything that you shared with us, and I especially want to thank Jennifer for giving me the thought that French fries can be a cultural appropriation of our and is growing growing potato chippers the righteous thing to do. I think that's very profound. And so Bernice, Bernice, you have a question?
You know, the one thing that NAPI doesn't have, and one thing that the Navajo Nation, the Hickory Nation doesn't have, is a good economic theory. Because everything you put together, you export. Why should I honor and applaud a corporation that is using and destroying and taking all of the inputs that belong to Native people so that somebody's pig can be fed in Texas? why should I applaud somebody who says we're going to create jobs when Native American people can't own stocks in the corporation? Why should I applaud anything that has to do with all this applauding and spending federal money, and the local poverty is so immense in America, in Indian reservations? I live in Cuba. I drive every day. I've driven all over the Navajo Nation. And the public mind is so much catering to the corporate American financial interest. I went to the University of Denver. I went to law school and I studied economics. And they said, if you learn anything about being a leader among Navajo people, among Apaches, remember that the multiplier effect, you know what it is, right? Everybody knows what the multiplier effect is. Don't export the natural resources of your nations to keep the white people rich. And that's what we do. Generation after generation. Okay, let me tell you, I was on the Water Commission with the Hickory's. And you know, my own Hickory people don't like me because that's always been the economic wisdom of Indian leaders. My daughter here, I said, Jennifer, I said, if you learn anything about economics or people or leadership, or if you want any, or if you have any access to the public mind, public opinion, to public hearings, to legislative, to Congress, I said, don't give your talents to the white people, the corporations. I'm married to Navajo. I told him, you stay home because you don't know anything about economics. You know, you're just over there to eat. You know, you stay home because I'm the better Navajo here. I said, you know, we drive by Nappy. And he said to me, all that belongs to the Navajo Nation. I said, you don't understand corporate structure. You are a lease operator and you subsidize Nappy with oil and gas royalties that comes up from the ground. And your legislative body sends the money over to Nappy. And then your best man, your best mind, the brightest and the brilliant Native American people, they're offered jobs. I don't care if you offered me $150,000 as the janitor. You know, I won't take it because I don't have any wealth as a Native American. I don't have any equity in anything. So why do I care about $150,000? I can't drink $150,000 worth of Cokes. You know, what I'm saying is that you young people, I have hope, but you gotta have an economic theory. When you have access to the public mind, these people that are leaders in communities, damn it, send us the money. Let's get some of that money to trickle down to the local people. You know, I don't want a job. I don't want, and you know, people come in and say, let's form a corporation. And their key issue will create jobs for you. You know, you could give me $150 to be gone in the next half hour. I don't want your money. I've been poor. I don't need to stress in case I fall off an oil well, and I don't care about your workers' compensation laws. I don't need all your regulatory Roman Empire. You know, I'd rather use an outhouse and take all the water in the Colorado River and flush the toilet. Really, that's who I am. And that's the heart of being a Native American Indian. Don't export Mother Earth, scoop up oil and gas, do fracking, so that the white people can drive over our feet in their big old trucks. I'm tired of the way that the society here in America is structured around exploitation and white dominance. That's what I have to say.
I want to give other people a chance to ask a question or make a comment, but thank you, Bernice, for your. Yes, sir. You want to say your name and your organization?
My name's Eduardo De Leon. I'm from Fresno, California, and I'm an urban farmer. So we're in the inner city, and if you guys haven't heard of that, urban farmer is just taking back like sidewalks, empty lots, abandoned lots in inner cities, and trying to create pockets of sustainable green spaces, and also while trying to focus on native plants and bringing back native pollinators. So that's just a quick intro, sorry. So I just had a quick question with, and I'm not trying to like bring no one down, like, I just want to know, like, I know there's a lot of ranchers, right? And traditionally these foods like poultry, cow, and pig, they do feed a lot of people, like, don't get me wrong, but it's not sustainable because we're growing food, not for us, we're growing food for those animals so they can suffer and die so that way we can continue to eat. But that food source is not sustainable. So I think like we should invest more on repopulating and rewilding our natural spaces, and our natural food systems will come back. We've seen this happen before. Just a quick example. Just like the people up north in Northern California, where we're from, the Yurok people, they were able to bring back their salmon food systems by taking control of their land again. And it's not by planting these GMO corns, these added fertilizers that, inorganic fertilizers that poison our groundwater and our river systems. And I'm just tired of this capitalist system too, that it's all exploitative, and it's for a short temporary form of wealth that you acquire during this time. This is not the thousands, tens of thousands of years that our ancestors stewarded this land so it could maintain a healthy balance of food system for us to live, and enough for the other resources and animals and fungi to live in coexistence. So we need to just, I think, focus more on that. And I just wanted to talk about that.
Thank you, Eduardo. Was it Eduardo, right?
Eduardo, yeah.
Yes, thank you for that. And I just wanted to address, I really appreciate all of the things that you said. And I just wanted to address the aspect of livestock when it comes to traditional agricultural practices. On the Jicarilla, as I'm sure even with the Pueblo as well as the Navajo, we have a very long history of our relationship to livestock. And livestock is inclusive of, as you had mentioned, the chickens. Lesser prairie grouse was something that even our people, and it's endangered now, but we commonly raise sheep, sheep and goat.
Turkeys are
Turkeys.
indigenous.
Turkeys are indigenous too, but they play an integral part in this approach to holistic regenerative agriculture because I don't know if anybody has seen, but sheep poo, very tiny, but that poo is very, very good as a fertilizer. Sheep, goats, they're the same. They decompose faster than a cow patty. Even cow patties and buffalo patties at one time were widely used. And, when we think about our soil management, right? In many ways, we're thinking from a Western, remember how I had said about that presentism, looking back from eyes of today in the past, when we're not acknowledging those other aspects that play a vital role. And the other thing is it plays for meat, which is also a traditional food source for us. It helps with that soil. It's an direct address for your fertilizers. That's a traditional method. And in addition to that, there is a relationship. And I don't know, how many ranchers and farmers do we have here? Go ahead and let's see your hands. Let me ask you, do you have a relationship with either what you grow or what you raise? Yeah, let's see it. Let's see some hands. Yeah. Oh, even on down to my dogs, to the mice that I have for our rodent control. Those are life. And it's also understood, like even in the livestock that we raise, there's a very deep relationship that goes. And I like to think that they're not suffering, even with my plants and everything in our garden, I give them, I talk to them. I talk to my animals, Yes, and see. Yes. Yeah. And I love your urban farming because that's exactly what we need. No matter your space, even if you're in a dorm room or in an apartment room, be growing.
I think someone else has a question. Yes. Would you like to introduce yourself and your organization?
So my name is Antonia Ruiz. I'm here representing Ashoka Farms, which is another urban farm right here in Albuquerque. And we just started this year, like fully dedicating ourselves to our 2 acres as 4 people, because we had worked for many other farms and had been very injured in so many ways. So, thank you. And thank you for being here. And thank you for talking and teaching and listening. So I am also a Colombian, and I've done work in Colombia with our with our campesino farmers and our family farms. And as a young person, my family pushed me away from that so much, because how much suffering there is, how difficult it is, and how taxing it is on our minds and our spirits and our bodies. But there was something that always called me back to it, because I was remembering my grandma, and I was remembering how she brought our family up doing that. And I was just gonna ask, I had many questions, but one was when we were talking about this area and how rain comes here and how there used to be farms everywhere here, and how we want to go back to that, and how we want to create that again. I think about this a lot because we've tried so hard. We're trying so hard with just 2 acres that we're renting from landowners in Albuquerque. And it was so hard for us to even get that. They looked at us and they said, wow, you brown females how much knowledge do you have? How much can you trust in your ability to grow food? And wow, some of us have been in here for 10 years working and growing food. Some of us need a little less, 4 seasons, which is very little. But we work together and we work for safety and we work for like healing also. Unfortunately, we trauma bond a lot, but we struggle with that too, where we're just like, okay, there's the pain, there's the anger, there's the rage, but there's also this drive we have to not let it destroy us and not let our farm die. And that's why we talk to people. That's why I'm here. That's why I see people who I've talked to, who I've struggled with, to try and come to an understanding about the humanity of those of us who work to produce food, who work to steward, who sometimes destroy our bodies doing that. I'm 24, and I feel that I've already embarked on the process of destroying my own body for this. We're trying to not do that. We're trying to learn how to not do that, and that's why we come to these places to talk to our elders to help us. And I thank you guys for that, but anyway, I want other people.
Well, thank you very much. I think I'm getting the signal from Leonard that are we over time now, Leonard? And I think. Yes.
Any thoughts about resolutions that you would like us to implement for this coming year or next? Gloria, if you want to give them your email address, or if you want to give here the rest of the day and tomorrow, if you want to fill those thoughts, if you don't hear from you, we're going to contact you. That's why we pass out the sign of police. So if you'll call me on the phone, for any comments you might have as well. So, Martinville is something that's coming up, so it's nice.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate all the comments from our panelists and our audience members. I think that it's evident here that that the struggle that some of our people have experienced, and that our parents and our grandparents had faced the same problems in a society where over time there's been this that our natural resources I always remember Janet from Yelm Nation that she, you know, how she used to say that Mother Earth provides to us everything that we need. And every aspect of her gifts to the people are exploited by the, you know, by the few. And it's only gotten worse because when I was in college, we used to talk about the economic disparity. And back then we talked about the 10 percenters. Now we're up to the 1 percenters, you know, and so as far as I'm concerned, whenever I have to talk to people about community organizing, and who's an underserved minority, if you're not in the 1%, we're all underserved minorities. It doesn't matter what ethnicity you are. And so I think that our struggle remains, but I do believe, I honestly believe that that if there are answers for the future, it lies in the wisdom of our indigenous people and our elders. And I'm honored that all of you came today to show respect to our panelists. And if you have any closing remarks, please.
Yes,
please
Gloria, I
speak
had
up.
a really quick, just wanted to offer some quick solutions. I'm so glad that everyone had joined us. There's some incredible funding coming down from In the Name of Justice 40 from President Biden. Please reach out as well as to the USDA here as well with the NRCS. There's some incredible funding sources for EQIP funding that also includes conservation as well as the downing of your dead wood. And the other source I really wanted to mention as well very quickly about building Indigenous alliances. No matter where you are on Turtle Island, I wanted to recommend Tiller's Guide to Indian Country by Dr. Veronica Tiller, UNM graduate as well. And it provides the socioeconomic data that's necessary for a lot of these grants. Of all 574 federally and state recognized tribes, as well as contact information for these tribes, as well as a little bit of history, background, and build on alliances. I'm so happy. I just want to recognize some of our Muscalo relatives as well, and organize, collaborate within the different communities. Another great way to collaborate with people in the community is to use social media. If you're in the area, especially if, like, for instance, if you search Hickory Apache, a lot of those posts come up, a lot of the events come up. So look out for those sorts of things. And thank you guys all for having me. I was going to let these two fine gentlemen with theirs, but please look out for the Justice 40 funding. And please feel free to reach out to me as well as via email. And let's get some of that funding.
Yeah,
brought down.
I am on the Justice 40 organizing task force. And so if you're in New Mexico and want to apply for this funding, we'll see what we can do to help you. And Mr. Lucero, do you have a closing comment?
Encourage everyone. Yes. I just want to encourage everyone to keep on keeping on.
You're right, brother. Mr. Haskey.
A lot of passionate people in this room. What I do personally, I have a personal farm. Even though I work at an industrial farm, I don't, it's not really my ways, so to speak. I pretty much work within the confines of what that business has been operating at. So, but it's going to take some time to make some changes. I mean, we do have a custom grazing program that we recently started, talking about regenerative agriculture to kind of bring that life back to the desert. So, like I said, I look forward to people, new cultures forming out there, something that doesn't consume so much of what we shouldn't be consuming in the desert. I think geographically we probably should reduce and limit certain consumptions out here. Thank you.
Yes, and in closing, I'll just quote the words of Chief Sitting Bull. Let us put our minds together and see what we can do for our children. Oh, Teresa.
That they haven't been able to colonize our minds in all of these years. I don't think they're going to be able to do it in the next generation. So as long as we understand where we come from, you know, and we know that is what is going to keep us going. If it's kept us going this long, it'll keep us going longer. And don't ever let somebody colonize your mind, because that's where they win. And I don't think our people are ready to be colonized. You know, we got a long road and there's a lot for us to learn. We have a lot of young people that we need to be educated and to understand where we're coming from and where we're going. I had a friend one time say, if you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there. But if you know where you're going, you know where you're going to get. So I believe that our people understand where they're going. And I think that road is going to get us there. We all got to go together, right? All of us got to go together. Thank you.
I hate to be so aggressive, but it's my training. That's the way I am. And I decided to own up to it and quit apologizing for it. The Biden administration, President Biden gave the Navajo Nation everything it needs to develop small communities where we develop the people. They had almost $2 trillion given to the Navajo Nation. I have the appropriation bill. And the water was the barrier to economic growth on the Navajo reservation. I'm a Hickory. I was on the Apache Water Commission. We sold all but 2,000 acre-feet of water and gave the rest of it to the Navajo Nation. It's piped along Highway 550, and it goes all the way to Torreon. And there's 3 solar plants, all in that area in the 4 corners. Now, when I was on the Water Commission, the Bureau of Reclamation piped the water from the Navajo Dam and the Cutter Lateral Dam to the Navajo Nation. And that water flows right up through the front yard of the Navajo Nation. Now, some government administration gives you almost $2 trillion and pipes the water to your front yard and says it's not a loan, it's a grant. All you have to do is fill this out. And people are saying the future, the future. What's all this education about if you can't fill out a federal grant form? We have enough resources as Native American people to stop being victims of the economy. I would like to see in my lifetime, and I'm an old lady, I'd like to see in my lifetime the day that we prevailed. And this past year, I saw the greatest open door to our economic success. And I'm sitting here saying, well, be a victim, but I don't want to be part of that. If you're going to let that much money go.
Thank you, Bernice. And I sure appreciate all of you who stayed over longer past the.
Yes,
past
thank you all. We
past
still
the
have another
conclusion.
panel. So, thank you.
We're supposed to repeat this session. Did you, so at,
There's another session.
okay, maybe, we can repeat some of the points if you'd like, but we can also extend the conversation further, I just think we should have an open, it's like an open mic, an open discussion. If,
I don't know. Yeah. I'm 100% the solution. So let's talk about good stuff.
no, someone in his family? Oh, okay, so that's why governor left, okay. Hey, Mona. are you guys gonna stay along with the discussion, or are you all headed back? It's gonna be the cannabis thing at 5:30, the big discussion. Okay.